Good morning, everyone. We are going to be recording this. I'm going to start the recording right now.
I already
Actually, give
started
me one
it.
more moment. I'm going to restart it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did you start it? Okay.
I did.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good. We're ready to
Okay,
go.
we are good. Take it away,
All
Barbara.
right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, folks. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the annual Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds meeting. My name is Barbara Barksdale, and I am the chair of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Ground organization. I am also the founder and president of the Friends of Midland, which we are the stories of the historic, wonderful, beautiful, now on the National Register of Historic Places located in Sweater Township, right outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We have a great lineup of presenters that I know you are going to enjoy, learn from, and be able to share the information that you will be receiving today. From our presenters, you may get the answer you need and hopefully something that you can take back and share with other people. But this hopefully will keep you with your motivation to continue with your restoration and preservation of your cemetery, and also try to find those hidden treasures that are laying within your hallowed grounds. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and get started with the mission statement. If you haven't read it, let me just tell you about it. It's the mission of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. Is to honor, interpret, and preserve African American cemeteries and the burial sites of Civil War African American sailors and United States colored troops in Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds connects and build the capacity of the stories of these cemeteries and burial sites and support conservation, documentation, education, and training. Working collaboratively with other groups and organizations, the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds provide tangible encounters with memory and enriches the public's understanding of history, which is so important to us because we need to make sure that we are reclaiming these hidden treasures, these cemeteries that holds a wealth of knowledge. So let me introduce to you some of our wonderful people that support each other and support the cause of stewardship and such like that. We'll start off with Crystal Crampton. You may see her picture on the screen or see the live shot of Crystal. She represents, she is our vice chair and also represents Bucktoe Cemetery. We have the wonderful Steve Berg, who is our secretary. He also represents the Locust Grove in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania here. We have Brenda Barrett, who is our treasurer. And she is just everywhere trying to help everybody reclaim the history, whether it's landscaping or something like that. But she's a force to be reckoned with. We also have Jeannie Glacier, who represents Midland Cemetery along with me. She's a historian and genealogist, and she assists with various things like the website and Facebook and anything like that, along with Steve Berg. And then we have Sheila Jones. Sheila is representing Eden Cemetery, which is in the Philadelphia region. And she is also one of our persons. If you need to know something, Sheila is the person who's going to dig it up and send it to you. And also help you correct everything else, right, Sheila? Right. And then we have wonderful Bertha Jockman, who represents Mount Zion AME Church Cemetery in Devon. She's also, along with Crystal, they are our moderators for our quarterly sessions that we try to have throughout the year so that we can bring more great information to the restoration and preservation of the cemeteries. And last but not least, we have Joe Beckton, who is a board member, and represents the United States Color Troops because he is a reenactor and a wonderful, wonderful historian, especially for the Philadelphia region. Right now, before we go on any further, I'd like to take a moment to remember our members and associates, stewards that have forged a way for us to build upon, the history that we're trying to save. So let's just take a couple of moments here to remember the hardships that we're going through and say a prayer for those people who are going through the wars and the uneasiness that's happening around the world so that hopefully we can come to that world peace mindset that we need to have and be neighborly to each other. All right, folks. So, as far as the Zoom and recording meeting, the meeting will is being recorded right now, and it will be posted for review in the next few days, if not immediately. Everyone will be asked to keep yourselves on mute except for the speakers. If you have any questions or comments, please place them in the chat area. They will be organized to be addressed to the speaker who will answer the questions and or your concerns. There will also be a short musical intermission as we prepare for our afternoon sessions. You are welcome to sing along as you enjoy the intermission because there's going to be a lot of wonderful songs that you may bring back some wonderful memories for yourself. And you might want to join in and start singing along. And if you want to take yourself off of mute at that point to do a hallelujah shout, you can do that too. Okay. So for the best experience of all that, because Jeannie's in charge of that, turn up your speakers and sing as if nobody's listening. Yes, I'm sure there will be some people trying to listen in to hear you. Anyway, thank you to everyone for your support in making this day happen. I will now ask Dr. Stephen Berg to give the organizational report of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds regarding the past year. So with that, thank you so much, folks, for joining us and being with us. And let's just have a wonderful day of information sharing. Okay, Steve?
Well, thank you, Barbara, and welcome to everyone. It's so great to see everyone from so many different places here, and I know folks are going to be coming and going this morning. So it's great to see everybody from wherever you may be coming together for this great meeting. I have the very fortunate opportunity to share with you just a quick overview of what Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has been up to for the last year. And one of the things that I am really, I think all of us on the board are amazed and excited and just could not believe where we are today compared to where we were together last time this year. One of the big changes that occurred in the last year was that we have created a partnership with Preservation Pennsylvania, which is Pennsylvania's statewide historic preservation organization. They agreed to act as our fiscal sponsor for some grants last year, and that has actually provided a whole window of opportunity that has really changed what we're able to do. Fiscal sponsor means theoretically that they would handle the money, but they have done so much more. And in particular, I would like to thank Mindy Crawford, who's going to be talking a little bit later, who has done so much more than we ever imagined in terms of both sharing her expertise and helping us plan and write grants and undertake this work. One of the initiatives that we were able to get funding for was through the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. So the state agency gave us money that allowed us to provide support to 3 cemeteries that were in Pennsylvania heritage areas. And through that grant, what we were able to do was actually to support the Thornbury AME Cemetery in Glen Mills, the Lendley Hill Cemetery in Downingtown, and the Green Lawn Cemetery in Chester Township, to be able to work with a professional consultant to develop a preservation plan, both to address immediate concerns and to do long-term planning about how the cemetery can be both restored and preserved into the future. And we're really excited that not only was that work able to be done, we were able to give a little money to support some on-the-ground work as well. But those plans, not only were they produced by Jason Harp, who's going to be joining us later in the meeting, but we have also posted those on the website. So if you would like to see those and the kinds of suggestions and information that came out of that process, that's available for you to see there. The next big thing that happened in the last year, and we announced this at the last meeting, and things move very slowly sometimes when you're dealing with grants. But we were very excited to receive a significant grant of $50,000 from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, from their African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund. And then we were able to get a matching grant from the 1772 Grant Foundation. And this money was specifically earmarked to go directly to 13 sites across Pennsylvania that are African American cemeteries. And we had a competitive grant program. We funded 13 different sites. We're going to hear more about that later in the morning as well. But this was a really rare thing because not only was it to help with planning, to help with specific issues that cemeteries might be dealing with, but this was money that we as an organization were, the vast bulk of it, we just gave away to different sites and helped them to do work that needed to be done. The other thing that I would just mention is that our larger purpose here is not simply to fund work, but we really are excited that we're starting to build a stewards network across the state, fostering contact and much more connection among sites. And a lot of us have been visiting each other's sites so we can help and learn and support each other as we do this work. We also have been able to, the grant has been supported by Preservation Pennsylvania hired an independent contractor to manage the grant, Charlotte Stone, who has been the cemetery coordinator. She has been phenomenal. I know many of you have been in touch with her, but she's been doing a lot of the paperwork for the grant, coordinating in terms of getting the money out, getting the paperwork taken care of. But she has also, in her time, done a number of things to help us to strengthen our administrative infrastructure. So what that means is that our website is better than it was. We set up MailChimp so we can get out emails in a more efficient way. We've been able to do more social media. And we just feel as an organization, we're much better organized and stronger in a number of ways than we were a year ago. So thank you for everybody who's contributed to that. Thank you for all the work that's happening on the various sites across the state to preserve African American cemeteries. Thank you for the people who've been sharing with each other your advice and your expertise. It's just been a great year in a lot of ways. There's also a number of sites that have been working on determinations of eligibility and National Register nominations. So I think that in terms of just the amount of work, the amount of publicity, the amount of connection, it has been an extremely successful year, and we're grateful to everyone, both on the ground, all of the stewards, all of our board members, all of the outside organizations that have really helped to join us and support us in this work. So that's my quick overview of the last year. I don't know if there's any questions. I did put the website on the chat. I'll just take a moment if there are any questions about the organization, but then I'm going to move right on to our speaker this morning. Just check the chat to see if there are any. Okay. It does not seem so. So I will have the great pleasure of our keynote speaker for today is Dr. Kami Fletcher, who is going to be giving I guess we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I should double check. Kami, are you good to go a few minutes early?
Yes, I'm ready if the group is ready.
Okay. I think we're ready to go. So the talk for this morning is called African American Death Work is Social Justice. We're really fortunate to have with us Dr. Kami Fletcher, Associate Professor of History at Albright College in Reading, Pennsylvania. I could talk at great length about the different things that Kami does, which there's so many things that Kami does, and hopefully we'll have a little bit extra time now for question and answer because she really has expertise in a lot of different areas that I think will be interesting to all of us. At Albright College, she teaches courses on African American history and United States history. She has her Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, her MPA from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock, her Master's of Arts from Texas Women's University, and her PhD from Morgan State. Her research interests and teaching interests include death and dying, African-American cemeteries, Black undertakers, the Southern plantation, women's studies, in 19th and 20th century United States history. She's published extensively, and I just wanted to highlight two books. One is co-edited with Alan Amanek, Till Death Do Us Part, American Ethnic Cemeteries as Borders Uncrossed, by the University Press of Mississippi. And a second book, and I wasn't sure, is it out yet, or is it still, it's out? Okay, great.
Yeah, it's out for pre-order, but December will be the
Okay.
true publication date.
So if you pre-order it, you can get your hands on it soon, but it'll be out later in the year. A co-edited work, Southern Cemeteries, Imprints of Southern Culture. So it was our great pleasure to introduce Dr. Kami Fletcher. So please take it away, Kami.
Steve, thank you so much for that introduction. Really appreciate that. Make sure I got my screen here. I am really excited and honored to be here with you all today, to be talking with folks who are really doing the work on the ground. So thank you so much to Ms. Barbara Barksdale, who reached out to me. I immediately thought, sure, I can't wait to come in and speak with these folks and engage with you all. I'm going to share my screen. I've prepared some comments here today for us to think about, maybe have some questions about. I'll just put this should disappear just in case it doesn't. Let me hide. Okay. So as Steve was saying, I am the Associate Professor of American and African American History, also the co-coordinator of Women and Gender Studies at Albright College in Reading, PA. I'm also the president of the Collective for Radical Death Studies. That's a 501c3 nonprofit that is all about, our mission is to decolonize death studies, and that's to decenter whiteness and to also radicalize death practice by putting BIPOC voices and experiences back at the center of conversations about death, dying, disposal, grief. And so I guess we'll jump right into it, the thoughts that I prepared today. The title is African American Death Work as Social Justice. And the picture there really, says it all. We live in a white supremacist society. And that says that racialized, white racialized folks, their culture, their community is said to be dominant and is said to have all the power. And that's buoyed by folks who are racialized Black. We are said to be powerless. We are said to be really subhuman, dehumanized. And so in a society like that, you have to have a call of resistance, Black Lives Matter. But also for the purposes of today, Black afterlives matter, right? Black ancestors matter. And so then the death work, that care work, that's rooted in the Black tradition of, humanity is really social justice work. It is work about freedom. It's work about getting free. And I've spent many years researching Mount Auburn's, Baltimore's Mount Auburn Cemetery. And so I want to just kind of talk you through some of that research, getting you all to see how that work that goes back to the early 19th century, really was about freedom, really was about resisting white supremacy, right? This social justice work. And I want to start with this quote by Maurice Jackson. All people die, but do not all people die alike. So looking at this cemetery that was started in 1807, death then becomes a lens to understanding the early African-American experience, right? And this is clearly about burial rights, the right to be buried where I want to be buried, how I want to be buried, and to be protected, right? And so then autonomous burial grounds, right, without the oversight of white folk at all becomes very important. Land, owning that burial plot, not just the cemetery, but individual Black folk owning that burial plot becomes also important too. Because land ownership in this country is absolutely about freedom. You had to own land to do anything. Owning land really, supported the idea that you were free, supported the idea that you were white and male and all of these ideas. So starting here, I think is very important to think about social justice work. And as we're talking about Mount Auburn Cemetery, it's on the historical register in the state and of course in the nation. And on the marker, it says 1872, but it really goes further back in my research, how it mapped itself onto the landscape. And I want to spend more time talking about this first phase here, how these Black folks dared to be marked, right, in spite of white supremacy. And it goes through different phases where it's filling up, it's moving, it's growing in acreage, but all the ideas around freedom and white supremacy, you see that really being at the focal point here. So the African burying ground, it's like 2 1/4 acres. 1807 by 1839, it is filled up. And then they buy land at Bel Air Burying Ground that's on the outskirts of town that follows the cemetery movement. You have this rural urban cemetery movement during this time period. Matter of fact, the oldest rural garden cemetery is Mount Auburn in Boston, 1830, 1832, and it's like a couple of hundred acres. And then it comes back to the city, and it's called Sharp Street Cemetery for the oldest African Methodist church, not Methodist Episcopal, but Methodist church. It owns it, and it now takes its name for that. And then it becomes Mount Auburn Cemetery where it stands today. But in looking at how, again, it was founded and formed, I think it's important to understand that these folks were establishing burial rights in the face of white supremacy, which is the institution of slavery. That there were laws and policies as early as 1715. There's this whole slave code that comes out identifying anyone who's African as a slave, identifying anyone who's Negro, African, mulatto, and free. You are an alien, you are not free here, right? So we're seeing these slave codes here. So they're really pushing back against this land ownership. And so then I argue that there's the idea of freedom through death. I'm going to see if this, yeah. So I've pulled out, this is the deed. This is the deed from 1807. I remember when I was so excited to actually find this deed and understand how they were using this land, right? And the part that I pulled out says that this is a burying ground for the Africans or people of color in the precincts in the city of Baltimore belonging to and in communion with the Society of Christians, commonly known as the Methodist Episcopal Church in the United States. And it goes on to talk about that this is property that will be deeded to, owned by the trustees, these 7 Black men at the time, but it was always supposed to be passed on to the heirs and assigned. So that's important. It was always supposed to stay and be Black owned. And when you compare the records, because I do have the records of folks who were dying in this early time period, right? With the amount of people that were being buried in this burying ground at this time, you see that the numbers are exponential. And so what that tells you is that they were burying more than just their members, which again, this is about really protecting and having burial rights for all, Black folk and people of color, right, who are supposed to be dehumanized by this system of slavery. So that's very important. And I think even looking at where are Black folks being buried during this time period, we're still in the early 19th century, and that goes back to why land is important. Folks were buried on the land that they owned, but if you were enslaved, if you were severely crippled, because Baltimore had a lot of free Black folks, especially in the 1830s, 1840s, free Black people outnumbered enslaved Black people in Baltimore. And if you've read anything by Frederick Douglass, he talks about that. When he leaves the Eastern Shore and goes to the city, he's tired out, making money, and these types of things. You can see those dynamics. But then where were Black folks buried? First, you saw the establishment of East Pottersfield and West Pottersfield, because that's how Baltimore is organized, East and West. And nobody wanted to be buried at Pottersfield, not even white folks. It was a place for unclaimed dead. You were buried to a lot. There was no legal protection. You were marked by an old piece of dry goods casing, commonplace for body snatching. This was a place for strangers and foreigners. This was really designed so that if you died, outside of the home, your family, your kin would come looking for you in the Pottersfield, disinter you, and properly bury you. This was not a lasting place. Nobody's resting in peace here. No one. And so this absolutely represented the oppressed life that Blacks lived on Earth. And other than Pottersfield, on the left here is work that I do at plantations, historic plantation sites. I've been the historical consultant on a couple of these projects where there's a burying ground, and they think, that enslaved folks may have been buried here. And so then I come in, look at the records, and, we have a conversation. Also, oral history is very important to this. But this also was not a place where Black folks could really rest in peace, right? Because this was a complicated, troubling relationship that Black folks have with land because of the exploitation of slavery and land and toiling the land, and you will never be able to reap the rewards of your labor here. But there is research that I point out in various publications that talk about these being spaces that Black folks just took ownership of, right? Near bodies of water, under the cover of the forest, right? It's saying that my ancestors will rest in peace. Nobody will know where they are, which is troubling to those of us, or frustrating to those of us that are doing the work now, trying to find our ancestors from this time period. But nevertheless, these are still places that Black folks do not own. And so then you can see, how different it would be trying to go back and visit your relatives. There's stories now of Black folks trying to know they have the record. It's on this plantation. I'm trying to visit my folks, and it's still privately owned. And white people having you to give you permission to visit your ancestors. That's a social justice moment right there that folks are working towards. I also do a lot of research in law. I really try to understand what are the laws, policies, even ideology in certain regions around burial, right? And one of the oldest ones that I found in Maryland goes back to 1701. And what I've underlined in red here is that what this is telling you is that as the colony is forming, right? Because Maryland as a colony is established 1632, 1630. And as the colony is establishing and they're trying to get a sense of population control, right? The vestries during this time period, who are the modern day folks who work for county government. This is my baby bringing me something in here. Hold on, sweetie, you gotta wait. I'm talking to some people right now. Hold on, I'm talking to some people right now. My 7-year-old baby. Sorry about that. But in talking about this law, as they're thinking about population control, like we do now with marriage license, death certificate, birth certificate, we need to document everyone except Negroes and mulattoes, right? So you should already be thinking about how much control the institution of slavery is having on these folks, the control over life and death that the slaveholder is having over, Africans and Blacks, that then establishing this cemetery, establishing Baltimore's Mount Auburn Cemetery is really pushing back, because now the church has those records, right? You can find who's born, you can find who's been married, you can find who's dying. So that's really important to think about. And I think one of the last things I'll say about this, as I transfer to something else and then wrap up, is how benevolent society became very important in thinking about this self-help mantra of the time as the cemetery grows and becomes the Bel Air burying ground and even Sharp Street Cemetery. You see how these folks are pooling their money to make sure that Black folks sure that people in the Black community are having that proper burial there. So in thinking about the death care work that's rooted in the Black radical freedom tradition, we have to then understand that death is not the great equalizer. And it goes back to Maurice Jackson's quote, right? Just because everyone dies, we do not all die alike, right? And one of the other things that I've published on in Grave History that's coming out for pre-orders, we were talking about, is this concept of Jim Crowing the dead. We know that Jim Crow existed for nearly 80 years. A lot of what we talk about, that segregation is housing in the schools, but cemeteries were also segregated and purposefully separated. And I'm talking about public, not, oh, this is a private church or this is a private burying ground. I'm talking about public space as well. So this concept, placing and enforcing racial borders around the cemetery, the one place that most Americans associate with freedom, is important to really pull apart and think about. Now, what you're looking at here is a monument of James D. Lynch. This is the first African-American secretary of the state of Mississippi. In 1906, the state governor, James Vardaman, tried to pass a bill to disinter this man, which was now an all-white cemetery, Greenwood Cemetery, and not just disinter him, but to try to strip him of his title and his historic accomplishment. That's important to understand here. It didn't work in part because the family owned that burial plot, right? So in thinking about burial rights, and then we need to think about this idea of white supremacy that's allowed to be passed on into the afterlife, right? And here's a quote that comes right out of my research. Segregated whites and African Americans, whites and African Americans were segregated. So, quote, corpses went separate but equal ways to more suitable abodes, and bones rose again but apart. This is a Louisianan Episcopalian bishop. So whether it's true or not, I mean, I think we even have to think about those of us that are doing this work. I know we say Black burial grounds, Black ancestors, but do corpses have a race? I mean, I don't know, but these white folks are really committed to it. And it becomes an ideology that in my research I really start picking apart and thinking about, which led me to really thinking about Southern burial spaces, right? So this idea of white supremacy in the afterlife sought to upheld and memorialize white supremacy, this ultimate mainstay of Southern tradition. It extended white supremacy into the afterlife. And I may not have time to talk about it now, but when you read slave narratives, going back even just to Frederick Douglass, you will see how white folks really thought that they could extend privilege to enslaved people, hold that over their heads and say, oh, if you do this and this and this, I will grant you a place in heaven. You can be buried with me. And as Frederick Douglass, or no, there's another man in a slave narrative, Lewis Clark. Him and his brother, they quote someone saying that, when the devil come back, he may mistake me for you, and talk this interaction that he had with his slaveholder, right? Enslaved people really thought slaveholders as devilish. And so whatever heaven you're going to, I don't want to be buried near you, with you, nowhere in your vicinity. But white supremacy has us thinking differently. So then what I saw in the research, and I'll just give a couple of more examples here, is that African Americans are using the 14th Amendment to fight back and reclaim these burial rights, right? Just as a refresher, the 14th Amendment is part of these Reconstruction Acts. The 13th Amendment abolishes slavery unless you commit a crime. The 14th Amendment says that you can no longer discriminate and hold citizenship away from Black folks, right? So the 14th Amendment gives Black folks the right to be citizens, and the 15th Amendment is about voting. So you see in the law, they're using that to say, we are citizens. And in this public space, I have the right to be buried here. I paid my money for my burial plot. I have the right to be buried here. And I think one of the cases that I use in the book is really instructive, because you see the before and after, right? So before Homer Plessy, Plessy v. Ferguson, the landmark United States Supreme Court 1896 separate but equal case, you see this is instructive with Pinky Gaskell and John B. Gaskell. So they're in Chicago. And I talk about how Jim Crow and these laws are not just in the South. But his wife passes away March 1912. But before then, before this 1896, they had buried 4 of their children in this burial plot, right? Then his wife dies in 1912, and they're saying, sorry, she can't be buried here, because they've adopted a resolution that, quote, barring the bodies of colored people who own no lots in the cemetery from being buried. And he sues. This is what I'm saying. I'm seeing it play out in the newspapers, play out in court records that I've been able to ascertain. And it goes up to the Supreme Court, and they're saying, no, you really have no right. And we'll see some of this change. This burial rights equaling citizenship rights. B. Hicklin was about to be buried in the colored range. They're using varying levels of the government. Wesley Ash, you see this regionally and then nationally, and I'm making sense of it, pulling these people apart, right? So they're going to the newspaper, they're agitating, they're saying, I voted for you. He's supposed to be a good friend of the colored people. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, they get involved because this is a case, and they're not seeing it as a distinct victory, but a victory of erasing the color line. And this is in Des Moines, Iowa, right? So we're seeing these cases really pop up all over the country. And so then after Plessy, right, is what I'm talking about. These burial rights are a fight for integration, social justice work. But it's important to understand that cemeteries are not included in the public accommodations category that's recognized by the state. The purchase of a burial plot was real estate, and cemeteries could legally include racial covenants. Very similar to these housing covenants that we all know, saying that you can't sell your house to a Negro or someone with Black blood or African ancestry, whatever that means. And I think one of the last cases that I want to bring up before I close here today is now it's after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, right? This is in 1970. This is in Florida. So we're back in the South. And you're looking at, I just pulled out 2 newspaper articles. This small picture is of Poindexter Williams. Like I said, it's 1970. He is 20 years old. He's a private, and he passes away. He dies in the Vietnam War. Very same thing is happening. His mother is trying to bury him in what is still said to be an all-white cemetery. It's 1970. This is an international case. I'm seeing newspapers in Canada. I'm seeing it around the country. People are talking about this. And he's not allowed to be buried. He's not allowed to be buried. It goes right on up to the Supreme Court. And, within an hour, really, the judge says, this is ridiculous, right? This young man has died for his country. He absolutely should be buried with honor, right? So there's a switch that's happening here. But the important thing, as I've been talking you through this, is how Black folks have been using death, been using the cemetery, been using, this as a way to say, I want to be free, fight back against the system, and to reclaim their rights and to reclaim citizenship rights. Other research that I do centers directly on RIP t-shirts, and that's me right there in the middle. My nephew died of senseless gun violence. Love you, Willie. Love you to the moon and back. And I went to China back in 2018, and I took him with me because he would have gone with me. My nephew, he would have just gone. That's the relationship that we had. My sister's only child. And so what you find in these RIP t-shirts is that this becomes a very prominent way, a very public way, while it's also private. It's also personal. I'll say it that way, not private, but it's also personal. But it becomes a very public way to challenge racial stereotypes, right? When we think about gun violence and it's Black folks, this is somebody that nobody cared about. This is some thug or, some street person. No, this was my family member. And he has left a hole in my family. This was the person that made everybody laugh. This was the person that organized all the family reunions. This was the person, was the one that garnered all the kids together and had the little league teams, the sports teams. And I saw this in my research, right? As this challenged racial stereotypes, and it also really, in a way, challenged gendered norms. Because when I interviewed a lot of my cousins and other folks who were male identified, they talked about being able to be emotional, being able to cry and openly be sad and publicly be sad while they were in this shirt because they were now marked as mourners. And that's another thing about death material culture as it intersects with African American death rituals and mourning, right? And grief. It becomes another vehicle for change. And the last couple of slides is that this work is about reclamation and restoration. Everyone pictured on this screen are good friends of mine. They all do work at Geer Cemetery. Deborah Gonzalez and Adam Rosenblatt do very important work on Geer Cemetery, GEER. They started the Friends of Geer maybe 5-6 years ago now, between 4 and 6 years ago now. And they have gotten national attention. It's in North Carolina, and they're doing really important work, and they're dealing with issues focused on land. That's why I say this is a reparations issue, because land was being encroached upon, private citizens, the city. They say that these spaces are unkempt or neglected, and that's really not the case. I may have time to talk a little bit more about that, but they fought back. And it's very hard to fight back land developers. And here, I consider them good friends. Brian Palmer and Aaron Holloway Palmer, they are fighting, still ongoing fight, East End Cemetery in Southern Virginia, and fighting against developers who are saying, well, I own the land. This is my land. And this is, what I'll leave you with. Whose land is it? Is it the land of our ancestors? So I own it, right? Or is it again, these powerful white companies, they have the land deed, so do they own it? So then burial rights becomes restorative justice, right? We're out in the cemetery, telling stories, holding programming right? That's telling the stories of our ancestors, going in and doing this important restoration work. And then putting up plaques and markers like this is just very, very important work. So I think I'll stop there, y'all. I really appreciate your time. I'll stop sharing your time and attention today. And if there's any questions or comments, happy to take them now if there's time for it. If not, please feel free to reach out to me, Cami at radicaldeathstudies.com. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Cami. That was fantastic. We do have a bunch of questions for you.
Yep.
So one of the first ones is, Dr. Fletcher, do you know of college researchers who are doing work that's similar or work research to the work you're doing in Pennsylvania, specifically Penn State?
Oh, man. I don't think I know anyone. Penn State's a big campus, but Dr. Jaguar, Joy Jaguar at Penn State York. I, and another professor, Dr. Rourke at Chatham, we established the Pennsylvania chapter of the Association of Gravestone Studies. And so we meet twice a year in the fall, in the spring, and I know she's doing work down there. I'm doing work on my end in Birdsboro specifically, and in Berks County. But I'm sure there are some folks, but they may not be, honestly. When you talk about the cemetery in and of itself, and you're talking about Black cemeteries, and that's why the Pennsylvania Hallowed Ground Project is so important. There's a different narrative when you're talking about Black folks, when you're talking about marginalized communities, indigenous communities. Got to do work there. What has happened to their burying grounds? What's happened there? So I wouldn't be surprised if no one is doing the work up there. I would say find a cemetery and start. Or if you are a student there, reach out to the archaeology department, the anthropology department, and express interest in doing that work, because the cemeteries are there. Absolutely. Finding a map, that's really where you should start. Finding a map, maybe at the local library, and just seeing where the Black communities were, because where there was a Black community, where there was a Black church, there's a Black cemetery.
The next question is from Tanya Thames Taylor, and she asks, as a Black Southerner, I don't think any Black Southerners, particularly older ones, wanted to be buried alongside their oppressors. Also, my family appreciates that we are buried in specific cemeteries. So please discuss how grave sites are also empowered spaces among Blacks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that was the whole point of Baltimore's Mount Auburn Cemetery. This was a cemetery that, by the late 1700s, you had about 300 Methodist Black families. And I'm talking about the Methodism that came over from England with Strawbridge and Asbury, and they agitated for their own church. And they knew that was very important. That's where those rights come from, right? The burying ground has always been a very important space for Black folks. And that was my point about the Jim Crow cemetery. These were spaces that folks were saying, no, I'm not going to accept that because we have these Jim Crow laws that my ancestors are going to be buried in such a disrespectful manner. I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to sue. I'm going to use my grassroots collective organizing, and I'm just not going to do that. And so I continue to talk about this. And you see places, all over the country establishing, these places to say, no, I will not be Jim Crowed. I will not be humiliated, disrespected. I will have a proper burial. So it has been these spaces. But the South, it becomes complicated because, see, what you have to understand is that everywhere else, the winners tell the story, except in the Southern United States. The South lost but they are, oh, sorry, I'm on a call here. The South lost, but they are allowed to tell the story, right? The myth making that happens with that South shall rise again. And so Black independence, autonomy, freedom fighting throughout the 20th century really gets engulfed. It gets engulfed in this confederacy of Black docility, Black people just accepting what's going on. And I think we all saw the Montgomery Brawl. And I think we all, at least America woke up, to Black folks continue to fight back. But I think you're right, that story about Black freedom fighting long before the modern day civil rights and how they use the burying ground. I think that's what that's what I'm arguing and bringing forth, in my chapter in the book, because you have to looking at the South and these regional distinctions.
Hey, we have a question from Barbara Barksdale. Where is the Potter's Field located in Baltimore, Maryland?
Where's Mount Auburn?
The Potter's Field.
Oh, God. On East and West Baltimore, present day, nowhere. Present day, there is not a Potter's Field. But I can't think about where it would be now, what street that it's intersecting with now. I have to pull that right out of my book, Barbara.
Did they bother to move the bodies?
Say it again.
Did they move the bodies?
Oh, no, it was very common. Go the other way, too. It was very common to just, and so that's what you're thinking about. Thank you for explaining. It was very common to just develop over. You develop over cemeteries. Very, very common. Of all small cemeteries, not just Black folks, not just other, any marginalized groups or whatever religious groups. That's why in my research, when I found with Baltimore, when they went from the African burying ground to Bel Air burying ground, you saw people spending hundreds of dollars, raising money. There was a whole campaign for a year. Maybe a little bit longer than a year, to disinter and reinter everybody. They took out newspaper articles saying, "Come get your people, or we're going to disinter them." So that is contrary to the prevailing idea. But it was very common to just, this land is all used up. We'll build over it, and you see that especially with the 1940s, 1950s American culture of progress and suburbia. So when highways come in and suburbia comes in, you see, and even streets widening, that's really where you see these Black towns just flatten. And with the town, the church, the cemetery, you really see it just flatten. And so then now in present day society, those of us that are doing this work and we're finding our people, we're going, how is this cemetery split through a highway? How is this in the back of, some predominantly white suburban neighborhood? How is my ancestral cemetery back there? In China, Gallon in her book, Love Cemetery, talks about that in Texas. So I think that is a good question. What is happening here when these cemeteries are filled up? And absolutely, we just develop right on over.
Can I ask just a quick follow-up question to that? So Potter's Fields, you make a really interesting case about them. Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, as we've been sort of defining our mission, every county and most municipalities had hallowed grounds. York very recently has been doing a really, there's been a whole effort underfoot in York. Jamie Norpaul has been working to try to preserve the York City Potter's Field. Should we be making that part of our mission to be finding and preserving the Potter's Fields across Pennsylvania?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the time period when it was active, you had upwards to 80 to 90% Black people buried there. So, and these are the records, every year the city of Baltimore would publish the annual interment by cemetery, slave free, right, during this time. And you could just see that this is where Black folks are being interred. Before you had Mount Auburn, you had I've identified 4 Catholic churches that would give you mercy burial, right? If you weren't buried there. So a lot of it is, if you're not a member of this church and you don't own your own land, especially in the 19th century that I'm talking about, where were you buried? So I think Potter's Field then becomes a very important place to reclaim, right? Because then you can have discussions around, okay, well, why are the majority of Black folks being buried here? And again, like I said, in Baltimore, and really around, this country, you're not supposed to stay there. It's a holding place. So we think about coroners, inquests, all of that 19th century language around death and dying. Why are Black people staying here? And where are their folks? And what's really going on here? Because you kind of see this outcry at the 20th century, again in Baltimore, saying, we need a cemetery. This just will not do. So you see a lot of that activism around this. So I would say yes. I think you can learn a lot about 19th century, maybe even earlier in Pennsylvania, the way it was laid out and outlined, by William Penn and the Quakers. I think you could learn a lot more about the Black experience there. But my guess, because of the ending of slavery earlier, my guess will be more the churches that they were absorbed in, maybe the Lutheran, the German population. I think you could find, if that's what you're looking for, the Black experience more. But the answer is yes, Steve. I think you'll find a lot.
It's interesting. There were 2 comments in the chat. One was Cheryl Snyder tracked down the Potter's Field in Baltimore and said it was located in the eastern side of the city between Broadway and Orleans Street, now where Johns Hopkins Hospital is located. And the second was from Tina Charles. Thank you, Tina, who noted that when we're talking about this connection between Potter's Fields and African-American burial grounds, that in 1850, the York Potter's Field was labeled as, quote, the colored cemetery. So they're not even making a distinction there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that's so important. And thank you for giving us those streets. And that's where Johns Hopkins is located. Johns Hopkins has a dark history. And it's far further back than Henrietta Lacks and the thievery there. It's interesting. So I don't know if folks are doing work on that, but I'm gonna take that in. Thank you so much for that.
And so one final question in the chat, which was actually my question, so I saved it for the end here. So obviously this work is social justice work, is work about bringing dignity and really restoring and sort of undoing past issues. But do you have any suggestions as we do this work today, what steps we should be taking in our work to challenge this history of racism and discrimination even more directly beyond simply, preserving and honoring and researching these sites?
Yeah, I mean, that's the important work though, Steve. I wouldn't say it's just preserving and restoring, because you are preserving and restoring in spite of, or in the face of a white supremacist society that says the living Black person doesn't matter. And we really have to grapple and understand that. We really have to grapple and understand that. Because I think when you look at the 20th century and just what happened to Black cemeteries with just no sense of it being hallowed ground, right? This is not ground that is part of our national narrative as Americans. This is not part of our remembering, so there's some purposeful social erasure that's happening there that I think is very powerful to what PA Hallowed Grounds is doing by identifying every space that folks who are racialized, Black, African, whether it's mixed ancestry, what have you, every space that is very, very powerful. Because then now, as I tell people, the next step is, well, why is it neglected? Why isn't it a historical mark? Why isn't that part of our remembering and our national our national identity? Because this is also identity work. I think that's very, very powerful. And then, the legislation that's happening, I think we will be surprised as we form. I'm a part of the, I think it's the African American Cemetery Coalition that started, but it's these multiple coalitions that's out there. I think we'll be surprised that as we group up and we do this grassroots work, agitating for our local municipalities or our local officials is what I'm saying. Like agitating and saying, this is the reparations work that needs to be done. We need your support. We need your financial support around these issues. We need you to stand with us. I think you'd be surprised how far that would go. And so I encourage people that's doing this work or want to get involved in this work, group up. Please do not do it alone, because you are going up against a powerful system that is meant to suppress, oppress, and erase.
So
Steve, we have
there
some
was one.
questions.
Yeah, there's one other question.
There's a
which is
couple
from,
more. Ellen and Dennis.
Ellen. Oh, go ahead, Crystal.
I was saying there's a couple more questions. Ellen and Dennis.
Okay. Ellen Enslow asks, how did the reinterment of primarily Black cemeteries compare or contrast with the reinterment of primarily white cemeteries when the health issues believed to be caused by 19th century graveyards led some towns to remove burials to places outside of town? For example, Westchester, PA, the Oakland Cemetery is an example. Chestnut Grove Cemetery is a primarily Black cemetery across the road, also out of town. But what happened elsewhere?
Oh yeah, that's the common story that I was talking about when you look at cemeteries and how they developed in this country. So the rural garden cemeteries, these again huge, couple of 100 acres, cemeteries. These were, and then all the idea of cemeteries being in your city, right? They were in your town. They were connected to churches. Some were even subfloor burial, so they were in your town. And this is before embalming, right? Embalming is a late 19th century, early 20th century, really comes along with the Civil War, right? So this is before embalming. So absolutely a public health hazard, right? And we're not burying people 6 feet down. We don't have any of those policies, and you bury where you want to bury. It's not laid out. That'll come later with the lawn garden cemetery. So that's absolutely something that has to consider, that these were in the city. And so this push to go outward, outside the city limits to the county was exactly what happened. And this idea of it being a public eyesore. But my point is, what happened when the 1940s, even earlier, Levittstown, right? The first creations of suburbia. Now white people, it's overcrowding in the cities. And white folks who can, upward mobility, and the creation with the GI Bill, we have to look nationally. White people are out in the suburbs. Well, who's out in the county areas that nobody wanted? We have to understand that these were undeveloped places that nobody wanted. Now white people want them. Now we're creating what's going to be called suburbia. They're flattening Black towns. That's my point. There's no protections there because we are within Jim Crow. Jim Crow starts in 1896, doesn't end until 1964. Do you know how much construction and developing that's happened during that time period? That Black folks have absolutely no protections, no legal protections over anything. Laurel Cemetery, here's another example in Maryland. folks at Coppin, you know, shout out to those professors there, Elgin, Clue, and others are doing amazing work. When you look at those records and how those white developers were able to just dupe people out of their land, lie to people out of their land, and just bulldoze over it, that's what I'm saying. That's we have to then deal with, once those cemeteries were moved out in the county, and now white people are out in the county and they want that land, what happens? Very similar to now white people want to be in the city. I'm not driving and spending all this gas money, right? What do we call that? Urban renewal gentrification. What happened to those Black folks that were living there? Who cares?
Preach.
And I meant it just like I said it. Who cares, right? Because now the Starbucks is going up, now the Whole Foods is going up, and you have priced those people out. So even though it's for the good, it's and I want to make this point, even though it's about good public health policy, white supremacy says we don't have to care about the Black folks living there or their ancestors.
I have to jump in on this because, you know, that it's exactly how it is with Midland Cemetery. Midland Cemetery, the Black cemetery, half a mile away from the white cemetery, but every single neighbor around there, or every single neighbor around that cemetery is white. We finally got one Black person that just moved across the street a year ago for the first time in history of that particular area. Midland Cemetery originally was placed by the dump. You know, one place where, you know, we were not, my grandparents, great-great-grandparents are buried there by the dump. But everybody living there is white. And they were going to remove Midland Cemetery and make it a housing development. And we were not going to be invited to have a piece of it. You are speaking the truth.
Thank you
What
so
happened?
much.
Somebody asked about Johns Hopkins. You know, what's going on with Johns Hopkins? Because I had an auntie who lived down the street from Johns Hopkins. They took her house, they took her life. And I'm trying to figure out where she's buried at. She was buried, you know, back in the 1800s. She used to be at the market, you know, and sell chicken fat. That's what she sold, according to her letters to my great grandmother. She sold chicken fat down there at the, I think it's Lafayette. It's the one downtown Baltimore. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
Well, I will tell you that there are Mount Auburn Cemetery there's some community partnering that they absolutely have with Johns Hopkins. The history department and the Africana Studies department, because I was brought in to do a talk on the undertakers that I've researched there. There's some classes, some community classes on it. There's a whole programming with financial support called Hard History. And you all can email me and I can put you in contact with I think she's the part of the archivist team that's down there. So there's some work that's being done, and the folks who are leading it are the right people who are leading that charge down there. So yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Dr. Fletcher. This was amazing, and it was just such a pleasure. And thank you for sharing your research. Thank you for sharing all your comments. Thank you for the amazing work you're doing. I also did want to, there was a comment in the chat that I wanted to share, but also to just take a moment to expand upon. Dennis Montagna has mentioned that, that Villanova and their grad students have been doing good work on sites of enslavement and burial in Eastern Pennsylvania. And I would just say that one of the things that Lisa Carey had asked about the work that's going on in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of work going on. One of the things at Shippensburg University, we've been trying to help with getting sites listed on the National Register, and that requires doing a research project on a particular site. And we've been trying to post those as they become available on the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds site. Jason Herman's been doing a lot of archaeology work in the eastern part of the state. Ben Carter at Muhlenberg University has been doing a lot of work on sites connected with the iron industry. But I'd also say that one of the big challenges that has come out of the work, especially the grant work and support we've been doing with sites around the state, is that there's an enormous amount of grassroots history taking place. Some sites like Lincoln and Harrisburg, Seoul, has an amazing website filled with information. Other sites, it may be in file cabinets or on somebody's hard drive. I know Green Lawn in Chester has been doing amazing research. So one of the things we need to do is figure out how to preserve that research so it's not lost, and also how to share that research so we can all benefit from it and not feel like we're always starting on our own from scratch. So thank you again, Dr. Fletcher, for all you're doing and for your research, and for spending some time with us this morning. It's really appreciated.
Hi, Steve. Also, there's just 2 more comments that were made that other cemeteries are facing. Tanya Thames Taylor, we have family buried in Chester Grove. It is also owned by the D. Baptiste, which is a funeral home. There is a very big story there that is in my area, which we are slowly uncovering things. Also, we have Amy, I'm gonna say Amy T because I can't pronounce her last name. She said she's working with someone who has ancestors buried in a slave cemetery on the grounds of University of West Georgia. Carrollton, I think it is. This presentation has been a great overview of the issues that we might run into. Thank you very much. So there's just some of the comments that people are facing now.
Excellent. And so we are actually, we've built into the program a little 5-minute break here. So we can actually extend it to a 7-minute break. So if you want to grab a snack or stretch your legs, at 11:20, we'll be coming back to have some words from Mindy Crawford from Preservation PA. So once again, Dr. Fletcher, thank you so much.
Yes.
Please feel free to just take a couple of minutes to stretch your legs and grab a snack, and we'll pick up at 11:20.
And Dr. Fletcher, could you put your information into our chat for people to be able to contact you? Your information about your book, upcoming book also, how to get it when it does come out, or if you want to get something early, that would be appreciated also if you put that into the chat. Then that way everybody can get a hold of it, because I know I'm going to get a hold of it. Okay.
Good
Thank you
thing.
so
Thank y'all
much.
so much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Grab that coffee in the green room. Coffee and donuts
This
in
is
the
your
back.
break time, everyone. Don't run too fast.
Yeah, you can talk amongst yourselves if you want to, you know. Oh, goodness. Hi, Anne. It was good to see you, Anne. You're on mute, but that's okay. And Dr. Herman, Dr. Jason Herman, I can't wait to hear what you got to say later on today. I know it's going to be wonderful and interesting.
Hi, Barbara. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you'd have been waiting for coffee and donuts right now.
I do. I didn't send ahead a PowerPoint. Is it okay for me to share from my personal computer, or should I send it
Oh, sure,
now?
sure. As long as, you know, I would have to get help, because that's why I have Steve and Jeannie always available. But yeah, you'll
Yeah,
be
no,
able to.
that won't be a problem at all, Jason.
Okay. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, yeah,
Hi, Jason.
yeah. That was really great. Oh man, I could just listen to her all day long. And bring the 7-year-old back in. Where's the 7-year-old? Well, it just makes it more humanized, you know, because you have little people running around.
As long as he can see what's going on, that's what happened when I taught during COVID.
Uh-huh.
Come in, make his appearance.
Mm-hmm.
He was okay.
Well, that's okay. That, you know, we need the younger generation to be listening in, especially when they have an awesome mama like you. You know, listen in,
Thank
because
you.
even if he doesn't think like he's understanding it now, believe me, when he's about 20 years old, he'll say, "Oh, that's what she was talking about." That's awesome. We'll have to talk more, okay?
Okay, good thing.
Oh yeah. 'Cause I would love to find my auntie down there in Baltimore. I had a
So
lot of A lot of relatives down there. Hi, Dennis. There you
Hi
are.
there. I just want to say, so Cammie, not to take anything away from you, the terrific talk you did down at Stratford. I think the highlight for me was meeting your other two kids.
Oh, right.
It's great. You know, I mean, I think everybody should travel with a supporting entourage, and that was great. I've told several people that the story about how much fun it was meeting your guys who were there with you.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. You know, they always want to go with me. And I know there's gonna become a point where they can't, you know, or it's like they're doing their own thing. But until that day comes,
Oh,
you know, it
enjoy
just
it.
makes you feel so good.
Listen and enjoy it because the eye rolling comes at some point,
I
and
know.
so just keep. No, it's good. And then, well, you know, they sort of drift away, but then I found that they really drift back again.
Okay.
So
Okay. I'm gonna
so
take
it's
your
great.
word on that. I'll be emailing
Yeah,
you. When is it gonna happen?
we'll keep in touch on that as the years go on, hopefully.
And I understand. I used to do that with my son. He's in a lot of the pictures with me at the cemetery, and now he's a hostage negotiator. And he says, "Mom, I'm doing the same thing down here that you're doing up there." And so, even though they leave it, they come back to it some kind of way, shape, or another. And my grandkids, oh my God, yeah, they know where the cemetery is at. Oh, Grammy, we found another cemetery. Oh, there's another headstone, or you know. And then I put them into the reenacting outfits and take them with me too. Do the
Yeah.
parades, do all the things. Come on, kids, we got this.
Oh,
Okay.
And they're paying attention in ways you don't always think they're paying attention.
I know, and it's
Yeah.
awesome. It's awesome. Yay. And Miss Ann, oh, I can't wait for you to introduce yourself.
Well, yes, Ann Keelan. I live in Portsmouth, Virginia, and I'm just listening in because I'm kind of building my expertise or my knowledge base on some of these topics. I belong to a nonprofit called the Old Brunswick Circuit Foundation. We have 3 historic sites in Virginia. Uh, our organization loosely affiliated with the United Methodist Historic Society. But one of the sites, it's the one I'm probably most excited about, is the Randolph-Macon College, which if y'all are not from Virginia, you might not be familiar with. That college relocated after the Civil War to another town in Virginia and left behind a campus that 10 years later, a group from Boston came down and opened a school for African Americans. The enrollment in that school was as high as 150 students at various times. So it wasn't a 2-room schoolhouse. It was a pretty large scale operation. And so at the end of the month, we're having we've managed to restore one of the headmistress's home. We work on restoration of the headmistress it's called the Boyden Institute. And we just got the house lifted up off its foundation and a new foundation built underneath it in hopes of, saving it because the foundation was getting pretty bad.
Yeah.
So, and we're at the end of the month, we're doing the town of Boyden, where it's located, has a Boyden Day, which is kind of a historical, little bit of everything kind of parade, typical little town fun and thing. But we're open at having a community workshop where we're showing photographs of the students that attended there back from the 1880s, time frame, and trying to reconnect with the community.
And what I'd like you to do is to put some of that information in the chat for us so that we can share that, not only in Pennsylvania, but from other people around the country that's listening in and that will be listening in. Okay.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna get you guys all back on mute. Ricky, I'm gonna put you somehow get you. Well, can you mute yourself? Everybody mute yourself.
I can. I'm checking in. I'm actually at one of my cemeteries, and we're having a memorial service for one of our volunteers today. So I'll be in and out, but I'll catch up with you all this afternoon.
All right, Ricky. Thank you.
Okay,
all right,
Barbara,
Steve.
It's time for us to jump back in. So I hope everyone is now rested and refreshed and ready to go. Our next speaker is Mindy Crawford, who's going to be talking about the work that Preservation Pennsylvania has helped us to do with the funds from the African American Cultural Action Fund from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and particularly the grants, the stewardship development, and the work with consultants. Mindy Crawford, I've known Mindy for a very long time, and she is sort of legendary in terms of historic preservation in Pennsylvania and the nation. She actually started off her career in historic preservation as a typist she had a part-time job typing National Register nominations in 1982 that eventually led her to a position as executive director of Preservation Pennsylvania after she had spent 24 years at Historic York, 20 of those years as the executive director. As I mentioned earlier this morning, Mindy and Preservation Pennsylvania agreed to work with Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds as our fiscal sponsor, which is essentially a partner to help us to apply for grants. And given their long track record of fundraising and grant management, that they basically shared their expertise with us and their reputation with us so that we could pursue some big grants through the state and through the National Trust. Preservation PA and Mindy in particular have done truly amazing work to help us both to secure funding through the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Heritage PA Foundation, as well as the National Trust for Historic Preservation's African American Cultural Preservation Fund and the 1772 Foundation. And it has just allowed a really dramatic increase in the amount of planning and restoration work that we've been able to support as an organization. Mindy has taken this work very, very seriously, not only helping with some of the grant writing and managing the grants, but she has made it a point to visit many of the sites, meet with stewards, and really be out in the field, gaining firsthand experience of the great work that's happening at the grassroots level across the state. So without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to Mindy Crawford.
Thank you, Steve. Now, don't do the math, because just know that I started when I was 5. Right? Okay. Well, this partnership has been more than I could have imagined. Working with the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has been just really transformational for me. When we came to Preservation Pennsylvania, it works all across the state, and we are often partnering with organizations that don't have the capacity to apply for a grant on their own or don't know where to start to save a historic resource. And so, our ability to serve as a fiscal agent it was a very important part, but without the expertise of Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, we really would not have been successful in getting these grants. So I think we are a good partnership. We seem to complement each other, and I am looking forward to continuing our work going forward. We started off with a very small grant, as Steve mentioned. DCNR provided the money to Heritage PA, which is the Association of State Heritage Areas, and Heritage PA granted the money to Preservation Pennsylvania, and then we granted it to the 3 cemeteries. So it was quite a long process to get where we were, but it was a great pilot project that resulted in 3 plans that are now available on the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website if you'd like to see a sample plan. But it also made it very clear that the need, of course, is much greater than the funds that were available. And then the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund popped up as a possibility. And the reason that we are so proud of being selected for this project is because they do not generally fund projects that are going to be given out to a number of different resources. They primarily fund a project. So the idea of mini grants and providing consultant assistance to the cemeteries was a little bit different for them. And honestly, I've joked about it a few times that we were really building this airplane while flying it, and that is absolutely the truth, because we ran into some things along the way that we didn't anticipate. First of all, since so many cemeteries are not incorporated as nonprofit organizations or even incorporated at all, it's very difficult sometimes to get a grant to go to an individual person, especially depending on the funding source. And what was so amazing about the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund is that because they're a private nonprofit, And because the 1772 is a private nonprofit, they had already granted this money to Preservation Pennsylvania for a different project that didn't actually end up happening. We were able to be a lot more flexible in how we could get these funds out to the cemeteries, because we weren't dealing with all of the requirements that DCNR or another federal agency or state agency would have required. So this was really, everything came together in a way that allowed us to really be working grassroots, going out to the cemeteries, talking to the individuals, figuring out a way to get the money to the right person, figuring out how we were going to make this happen. And so we were a little slow. They only gave us a year. So we really spent the first 6 months building the program and the last 6 months implementing it. And I have to say, I think we've done a very good job. What has happened is, while every cemetery is completely different, and I have not been to all the cemeteries that we're assisting, but I was able to make visits to 6 of them, is that they are all different and they're all at different places in their preservation. But there's a couple things that have really been key, have come out as issues we need to address. First of all is ownership. We say when someone is trying to save a historic resource, site control is everything. If you own it, you get to say what happens to it. And so there are a number of cemeteries that are addressing this issue of not having ownership or not being sure they have ownership. And so this is something that we really need to figure out how we can assist with, whether we find some wonderful attorney who's going to donate all their time helping us, or whether we raise some funds that can help pay for it. This is in my mind, the key thing. Also helping them get structures of being a nonprofit or finding a nonprofit who can work with them, so that it does open up a way for different sources of funds to come through to them. And the other thing Steve mentioned earlier are these archives. Everyone has their archives in different places. And my biggest concern is that archives are sitting on people's computers that might crash, or in a filing cabinet, and nobody knows they're there. So I think one of the other things that we need to address going forward is figuring out a way that we can actually get all of everyone's archives who wants to provide them into a standard place. Because as I'm sure you all know, working as stewards, is that sometimes there's a group that comes together and they get very enthusiastic, and then they start to fade away. And maybe 10 or 20 years later, another group emerges. They don't know what the other folks have done. And so this would be a way to have consistency. And Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds is the perfect organization to be that clearinghouse and that place where you would go first when you're starting out getting involved in a cemetery. So in the end, although we aren't quite at the end, we were able to assist 13 cemeteries total. And we funded 11 conservation plans through both the pilot program and the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund. And we were also able to provide 11 direct grants. We learned a lot. We met a lot of wonderful people, and we really, we found the wonderful Charlotte Stone partway through this, who Steve mentioned earlier, and we hired her as an independent contractor to oversee this. And she has been reaching out to all the cemeteries. I'm sure those of you who have worked with her know what a delight she is. If you've not had a chance to work with her, whether you are a grantee or not, please reach out. She's doing great work. My cat has decided to join us. This is Tag. She has been working with the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website to make it easier to navigate. You can sign up for the e-newsletter there, access the social media and all of the recorded events. So as I said, reach out to Charlotte. She's a great resource. And as she continues to work on the PA Hallowed Grounds website, that's going to be an even better resource than it has been. The other, we get to as we're coming to the end of this, we are dealing with the idea that, where is the next pot of money coming from? Because there is so much need. We were very proud to have helped 13 cemeteries, but we know that we need to continue this work. I just want to say a little bit about my visit visits to the cemeteries, and I was able to visit 4 cemeteries with Jason Harp from RGA, and 2 cemeteries with Patricia Davenport from Terracon. And it was such a great experience for me to see the professionals at work and to see how they did the assessments. And I have to say that I think the cemetery bug may have bitten me, because I actually looked up where I would get a masonry trowel, and because I might need one. So, and I was very fascinated when I went to visit Union Cemetery and watched one of their volunteers clean one of the clean one of the monuments with D2. So I think I'll be spending a little bit more time in cemeteries. I just wanted to mention a little bit about Penny Heaven, which Steve referred to before. That is the Potterfield burial ground in York. And in 1897, it had been the burial ground for quite a while, but in 1897, they wanted to build a school. And so they moved 600 bodies. They moved it out of town, just as is typically the case. They moved it to the neighboring community, North York, and they buried 600 people there with really nothing more than whether they were male or female or white or black, whether they were an adult or an infant. And that's really the only information. And then they continued to bury there. They buried another 200 bodies there, and the last burial was in 2004. And so no one knew it was there except for one tiny monument that had been added much later for a young child. And Jamie Norpel, who's been working on this with Preservation Pennsylvania, we served again as her fiscal sponsor, because she wanted to raise enough money to put up a monument that would include the names of those we know and would have room to add additional names as we identify more of the people that are interred there. So I'm happy to say that we just made the final payment on the monument, and it is being engraved as we speak. So very shortly there will be a monument in place at this site. And so no one will be wondering anymore what this big open field is, because they'll be able to tell. So as you know, I'd like to say that I hope the partnership with Preservation Pennsylvania and PA Hallowed Grounds does continue, but I want to tell you from my personal perspective, it has been an honor and a privilege to work with the wonderful Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds team. I've known Barbara Barksdale for several years, and she's an inspiration, shares her vast knowledge, her spirit, her belief that God will provide, and the faith that we will get it done. And that has turned out to be very true. She's accomplished so much with her work at Midland Cemetery, and her leadership and her willingness to share her knowledge with any of you who need it is just something to be really, she's an amazing resource, as are the rest of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Ground board members. And the cemetery stewards, you guys do the best work. You are doing God's work. You are out there with poison ivy and ticks and groundhogs. And I will tell you that Patricia Davenport from Terracon got to see her very first groundhog when she was visiting the Payne Chapel Cemetery just last week. She had never seen a groundhog, but then she learned very quickly what kind of damage they can do. So it is, as I said, a real inspiration for me, and something that I want to continue to be involved in, no matter, whether I'm with Preservation Pennsylvania or when I eventually retire. That won't be for a long time, since I started when I was 5, but you're not getting rid of me easily. I'm here to stay, and I am just really thrilled with the opportunity that we've had to work with you. So thank you for giving me the time to talk about that today.
Thank you, Mindy, and we've been thrilled to work with you and appreciate everything that you've done. It's been an amazing year. So thank you so much. Our next speaker, building off of what Mindy was just talking about, is actually Jason Harp, who's one of the consultants who has been working with the cemeteries, both with the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources grant, as well as several of the sites with the National Trust grant. Jason is a public historian and the Director of Cemetery Conservation at Richard Grubb and Associates in Lincolnton, North Carolina. Jason earned a Bachelor's of Arts in History and an MA in Public History from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. He has over 25 years experience in the field of historic preservation, and his experience includes historical research and writing, architectural surveys and analysis, the preparation of National Register of Historic Place nominations and local landmark reports, and facilitating the acquisition, preservation, restoration, and maintenance of historic structures, buildings, cemeteries, and historic sites. He is also a certified gravestone and monument conservator, and he is a professional associate of the American Institute for Conservation. We have been very, very fortunate to have his expertise as a consultant for many of the Pennsylvania African-American cemeteries that have received funding, and he's also one of the nicest people that you will meet. I also wanted to mention that I'm handing things over in terms of moderating here to fellow board member Bertha Jackman, who will be moderating the questions and answers after Jason Harp's presentation. Jason has got extensive expertise on so many different areas, so please, if you have specific questions about preservation or planning or cemetery preservation work, please feel free to share those questions in the chat, and then Bertha Jackman will moderate that discussion. Jason's presentation is called, quote, "In the Weeds, the Cemetery Preservation Planning Process." So I'm going to turn things over to Jason.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Want to make sure I had I had to send Mindy a message because I was having some computer issues earlier. So now I'm good to go. Honor and a pleasure to be speaking today. I will tell you that so many of the stewards with whom I have contact and across the East Coast, I always tout PA Hallowed Grounds and what you all are doing. As a board member of Preservation North Carolina, I've brought up numerous times to our board the potential or the possibility of forming something similar in North Carolina. What I'm going to do now is share my screen. I would like to reiterate a few things that Dr. Fletcher mentioned. Our company has the really good fortune of working with the Friends of Gear Cemetery in Durham, North Carolina, that she mentioned. They just recently won an award from Preservation North Carolina, and they, in terms of documentation, which you'll hear me mention in the presentation, it's pretty phenomenal what the Friends of Gear have done. In a cemetery that they've been able to document the burial of about 1,825 people, there are only 271 grave markers. So what their stewards have been able to do is put together this master spreadsheet of all 1,825 people with their occupations, where they lived, just an amazing, amazing amount of information. And I know Deborah Gonzalez really well, and she's really connected and would love to hear from, she's always open to talk to folks about, their efforts in their community. So I'd like to definitely mention the Gear Cemetery again. So let me share my screen. All right, can everyone see? Can everyone see the screen?
No. Oh, now yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So again, we're very fortunate to be able to work with the stewards of 3 historic African American cemeteries in Central PA as part of the Pennsylvania Heritage Areas African American Cemetery Pilot Program. As Mindy mentioned, this pilot program our company prepared for Preservation PA.
Hey, Jason,
Yeah.
you're not in slideshow mode. That's so your slides are not going to advance.
Okay, hang on. They're not advancing still?
They are, but we're seeing the presenter view. If you're okay with that, that's okay with us, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can see the slide, that's fine. Okay. I won't go over all the details because Mindy mentioned more of the details. The scope of work for this project was to work with the stewards and not only develop a plan that would help guide them in the future, but also come up with some very specific projects that they could undertake as the stewards and with volunteers versus projects that may require more specialized skills from professionals in the conservation industry. And also we wanted to make sure that we came up with plans that were actionable. And many times stewards, they know they have so much to do, sometimes it is hard to even act. So what we wanted to try to do is to get them some steps in place or some goals that they could achieve relatively quickly to kind of build momentum as they move towards the other parts of the plan. And a lot of times I say that in some respects, I'm more of a cheerleader than anything, just trying to meet with the stewards, help them understand how they can take small steps to accomplish some goals that are gonna help them move forward and not get stymied by seeing so much that they have to do. So the way we started the process was we had conference calls, kickoff meetings that involved our team, representative from PA Hallowed Grounds. We were very, very fortunate to work with Bertha Jackman and also the cemetery stewards. And during those meetings, we really just wanted to kind of get to know each other. They were interested in, the process, when we were going to make the site visits. As Mindy mentioned, the grant had a pretty short window of time for us to get there, to meet with the stewards, and also turn around the plan for the stewards. And so we wanted to make sure in the kickoff meetings that we were very clear about when we would be there and find times when we could have as many of the stewards there as possible, because we wanted to hear from those stewards. And for two of the cemeteries, Lindley Hill and Thornberry, not only a cemetery, it's attached to a church, and Lindley Hill is overseen by a church as well. So we were trying to plan meetings where we can not only have the stewards, but also the pastors of their respective churches there as well. So as part of the planning process, the plans we made it clear the plans don't contain an exhaustive and voluminous background history on the cemeteries. Our focus is specifically on the planning portion of, what's been happening, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the stewards at that moment, and it's more of the plan was more of the focus. But it did require some historical research. I wanted to spend a little time to see what was out there, just in terms of old maps and aerial photographs, newspapers. Also spent some time on social media, looking at the respective cemetery stewards and seeing what they've been posting, what kind of community engagement they have, and also a little time on the recent history. And Mindy mentioned that with a lot of cemeteries that not only have ownership issues, but even the ones that do, you can pinpoint who the owner is. They have these, not sporadic, but they have these pockets of time where there's a lot of activity. And typically that activity, there's a spark plug, one or two people who over time, because of health, because of age, are not as active as they once were. So there's that pocket of time where the effort kind of slows and the cemetery kind of gets out of hand again with the weeds and the grass. And then it may be a decade, maybe 15, 20 years before another group emerges to help foster that effort that was started in a previous pocket or a window of time. So what we look at is, what are the stewards, what have they been doing over the past 5, 10, 15 years, and what has been the response from the community, whether they've had, a video documentation done, any kind of newspaper articles, sometimes both in sort of in a positive light and in a negative light. And then also we depend on preservation manuals, books, to help guide our process through. And there are lots of great manuals out from different states who have published statewide cemetery preservation manuals. And sometimes you're really fortunate. For Green Lawn Cemetery, fantastic Steve Berg has prepared a DOE submission for Green Lawn, so there's an extensive amount of information. So we didn't really have to do a lot of original research on the cemetery because Steve actually did a lot of that. Something else that you're all, I would say, are fortunate to have is this multiple property documentation form on African American churches and cemeteries in Pennsylvania that provides a context by which you can sort of characterize these individual cemeteries and how they sort of fit into the broader context of African American churches and cemeteries during that time period. These are just a few things that when I was doing a search on newspapers.com that I was able to find for Green Lawn Cemetery. So one of the things that people hear me say a lot is documentation, documentation, documentation. And I go back to the Gear Cemetery as an example. They have, within a relatively short period of time, they have assembled a group of, and I'm sure a lot of stewards at cemeteries in Pennsylvania have done the same thing, that have the knowledge to get into newspapers, get into primary source documentation, and compile just an amazing amount of information. And as part of that, one of the things we have in our plan is how to, as Mindy mentioned, how do you manage all of that documentation? Because right now, a lot of folks are sharing with me when I'm working with them, they're sharing their information just in a Google Drive. But a lot of the stewards, they have bits and pieces here and there, and it's all digital. And there's really no plan for the future, whether that be how do you properly catalog this? Do we need to have printed copies of some things and then keep, only digital copies of others? So that is one thing we talk about a lot is documentation, documentation, documentation. We have a fantastic GIS, group of GIS professionals in our company. So as part of this process, we did take a little time to look at some aerial photographs. Green Lawn is a pretty interesting, an interesting case because you do have the Green Lawn Cemetery, Gravel Hill Cemetery, Haven Cemetery, and Carter Cemetery all right there together. And one interesting part of this aerial photograph is you can see the layout of the cemetery with the roads that run through the cemetery haven't changed very much since 1956. But you can also see the development that's happened around the cemetery as well. As I mentioned during the site visits, we were really fortunate when Bertha and I went to visit Green Lawn Cemetery that one of their stewards actually wanted to tag along with us on our visit to Thornbury, which we thought was a great idea. And it turned out that some of the stewards actually have, I think they share certain friendships with other folks in the communities. So what we do at those site visit meetings is just try to determine what records the church may have on hand. In the photograph, you can see Mr. Alexander from Thornbury, who, while we were there, brought out a map that they have of the cemetery that we didn't know that they had. We discuss what the associations are between the stewards who were there at the cemetery and the church. In a lot of cases, the stewards have a strong association with the cemetery because they have ancestors buried there. So they have a really strong connection and a vested interest to ensure that this cemetery is cared for the next 2 or 3 future generations. And as Mindy mentioned, in many cases, there are ownership issues that we place really high in the list of priorities for the church or cemetery stewards, because it's something that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. We also like to find out what community involvement there is, what maintenance issues they've had in the past, what current maintenance issues we see. I think it's also important, and I think we've done a relatively good job of talking to the stewards, or listening to the stewards rather, and hearing what their visions are and what they think are priorities. What we don't want to do is go in and just start listing all of these things that we think are priorities without taking into account what they see as priorities and what they find as very important to the stewards, the community, the church. We want to focus on, what they think as well. And as I said, we want to focus also on historic materials in their possession and see what types of conservation that needs to be taking place with those records, as well as what's in the cemetery. Then we take walks through the cemetery with the stewards. I will say we in the South we don't have as many problems with groundhogs as we do fire ants. So as we were walking through the cemeteries, I'm so used to walking through cemeteries in the South and having to constantly be on the lookout for fire ants. But so we do identify those things in the cemetery when I've listed them as critters. We look at damage both from vandals, from down trees, but also from lawnmowers and weed eaters. One of the harshest things that can take place in a cemetery is the potential maintenance crew that's doing a lot of damage to the grave markers. That in many cases, some of it's repairable, some of it's not. So we're constantly on the lookout for that. We're also looking out for hazards. Grave markers or monuments that have various components as part of an ensemble that stewards don't think about because they don't really know at that point the language. If you've got specific types that have upper sections that they don't even know that they're loose. So we try to go around and identify those things and try to point them out so that they can be on the lookout if they do decide to start cleaning in the cemetery, that they're not going to put themselves in a position where they could be injured by something falling on them. And also any areas where there's overgrown grass and weeds. We have in the past noticed that over time, you may have one area of the cemetery that didn't get mowed during one season. It grows and then eventually it's just sort of not ignored, but they decide not to focus on that section. And before you know it, there are numerous places that are overgrown. The grass and the weeds are overgrown, and a lot of times you can't see any potential grave markers that are there. So parts of our plan that we were able to use in the scenario with these 3 cemeteries, and they're saying some of the things that apply to Green Lawn were not applicable to Thornberry, and same with Lindley Hill as well. So we provide a project description and background, the methodology we use throughout the process. We give a physical description of the location, not to the length that you would find in a National Register nomination. We do give a brief history. We do like to describe the various types of grave markers we see, as well as what I mentioned before, the recent history. We give an overall assessment that addresses the current ground maintenance, and, management of that process, and also what deteriorated grave markers we see in the cemetery, and if there's any just consistency with why this specific type of grave marker is being damaged. We also address access and security controls, which is very important. Is there any signage that gives rules? We do provide examples that we photograph in other cemeteries as we're doing projects, or either I visit cemeteries all the time, as you can imagine, and so we're constantly taking photographs of how the stewards of cemeteries are marking them, what access do people have to them, and then also how they're recording them, and how do they have any kind of records management policy in place. I have a lot of experience with community engagement, grant writing, and fundraising, so I'm able to supply a lot of recommendations that range from Eagle Scout projects to contacting local efforts in your community or your county or your township that have to do with cleaning up the environment, things of that nature. And sometimes it just takes a call to one organization, and before you know it, you've got another great partner to help out with your effort. Volunteer projects, we recommended a few of those to get the group started. And then the additional material we supply is a cemetery glossary. We provide things that help the stewards start to speak the language, and the language is the grave marker types, the grave marker forms, preservation briefs like the National Park Service Preservation Brief 48. For some of the cemeteries that are not associated with the church, we include various forms that they can use if there are issues at the cemetery and they need to report things. So we have a cemetery site inspection checklist they can use if they're out there once a week, once every 2 weeks, and they walk the grounds and they find something. It gives them a way to track what's been happening in the cemetery, as well as if you have any vandalism and you want to report that to the authorities, you can show them that you have a cemetery vandalism form. And you also want to include a photograph if at all possible as well. So the 3 cemeteries that are part of this pilot program, Green Lawn in Chester Township, Lindley Hill in Downingtown, and Thornbury Amy Church Cemetery in Glen Mills. Some of the common issues we saw with all 3 cemeteries, displacement of the grave marker components, which, you know, it does happen. In some cases, it's worse than others. We have groundhog issues, as we now know. All of these cemeteries have a need for more resources. As Mindy mentioned, it's great to get these projects funded, and serve and encourage the stewards to continue their work at the cemetery. But we all know that they need more resources, and that's in the form of people to join their effort, as well as money to help cover the cost of some of these things. Another issue is more and more we're seeing these important cultural resources being acknowledged, but there really needs to be more acknowledgement in the form of any state designation, national register nomination, state highway markers. And another thing that I know that there are some counties that are doing is, as part of their county GIS system, is they're beginning to add as a layer the locations of these cemeteries. So people can't say when they buy a piece of property that they didn't know there was a cemetery there, because it's marked in that layer in GIS. And also documentation. Can't harp on that enough. These are just, I thought I'd give you some examples of what we saw at each of the locations, and also some photographs of, because one of the things I don't like to do is just show photographs that show things that are not the best case scenario to be happening in the cemetery. But one of the things that's happening, or has been happening at Green Lawn, is just overgrowth in an area where a lot of grave markers are located. Another thing that's happening at Green Lawn is descendants of individuals buried at the cemetery are coming out to the cemetery and mowing from the road that runs to the cemetery out to their ancestors' burial locations, but they're not doing much more than just having this aisle that's mowed going out to their ancestors' burial location. Another issue at Green Lawn was it's located adjacent to a railroad. There are some issues with people staying on the property. There being trash located there, but it is a very large cemetery, so it's hard for the stewards to maintain the entire cemetery. And I mentioned access and controls. One of the things that we recommended is for them to be to put up some sort of chain or some sort of gate, along with signage that would prevent anyone from just coming in there any time of the day that they wanted. So this is a photograph showing the front section of Green Lawn Cemetery, which is very well maintained. They do a really good job of keeping the grass mowed. That's almost a full-time job to do that front section. So, but I did want to show that just because there's a section of the cemetery that's a little overgrown, it's not the entire cemetery. This is another shot of from another angle. Lindley Hill Cemetery, located in a residential neighborhood, which can be sort of a good and bad thing at times. There are the remains or the foundation of a previous church building that's there. They recently, or at the time that I was there, they had some trees cut. So these are just a few things we recommended that they do, is clean up these areas, sort of remove this underbrush here to sort of expose the foundation of the earlier church building. As with the others, it's sort of a problem. It's just a problem that we see in every cemetery, or most cemeteries, is problems with damage, and not only damage, but inappropriate past repairs. People with good intentions who wanted to get these stones upright, but ended up using inappropriate materials that didn't hold, or that could have potential bad effects on the types of stones that are in the cemetery. So this shows you another shot with the residential neighborhood behind. Thornberry, I would say, is actually in really good shape. One of the things I know, there were probably more people buried in the cemetery than have grave markers, but overall in pretty good shape, well maintained. But it does have just a few small areas where there's a little bit of overgrowth, and you can see there are grave markers in these areas that we encourage them to clear this area. And I know the stewards are going to speak a little later and say what they've been doing so far, but to clear this area so that these grave markers that are in this back section of the cemetery can be exposed. And the groundhogs, there are a few areas where there are some groundhog issues. While I was there, I did not see any exposed bones, which is good, but you can see the issues that they're having with the groundhogs as well. So anyway, we came up with some categories for priority at each of these locations. Ownership and obtaining permission. For those who do not have ownership of the cemetery, we encourage the stewards to have a conversation with, if you can even find who owns the cemetery, about obtaining permission to access the property and do work on the property. The access and controls, security, you want to try to prevent people who are not really interested in the cemetery, who have their, for whatever reason, want to come on the property, do nefarious things. We want to limit the access they have to it, but at the same time, having stewards that can come on the property and do what's necessary. Site clearing is important, but keeping in mind, you need to be careful with lawnmowers and weed eaters. Mapping is something we encourage. If the current group of stewards does not have the knowledge base to do the mapping, consider applying for a grant to have it professionally mapped. Recordation, learn how to manage the records, and figure out how to get on a grassroots level, how can you get the community more involved, and build your numbers to help with some of the things that you've got going on. Fundraising. So I guess that's it. So we also mentioned fundraising and ways that these organizations or the stewards can figure out how to find money, and maybe get some people involved who have experience doing grant writing that can help them as well. And also the maintenance. One of the biggest issues we hear from cemetery stewards is, how do we do other things when we're spending all of our time trying to maintain this place? So we're still trying to find the magic wand that we can wave, and that the maintenance issues. I mean, we are even having conversations with individuals about different types of grass that would be more conducive to preventing long-term maintenance. It's a little more low-lying, but all that depends on where you're located, what the soil types are like. But I wish we had an answer for the maintenance issue right now, but we're working on it. So thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
So Jason, so is that it?
Yeah, I was just presenting on the process.
Well, first of all, we just want to say thank you very much, because I just want to let people know, because it was mentioned earlier on about the preservation plans that RGA, the organization that you work with, has come up with. And fortunately for at least these three cemeteries that you spoke of, the plans that you came up with are absolutely, what's the word? It's a how-to manual, and you address quite a bit of everything. And it's also it's a little overwhelming, I have to admit, because there's a lot of information. You provide a lot of information on a lot of fine points, but that's exactly what stewards need. And I would just say whatever level of stewardship that's in the cemetery, that guideline is definitely something that I think every steward would like to have. So congratulations on doing that. And I just also want to say it's been a pleasure working with you because of your enthusiasm. If nothing else, your enthusiasm carries the day. Because as I have talked to people about you, and working with you, is that your enthusiasm helps encourage people to get excited and I think to stay excited in order to do the kind of work that needs to be done in cemeteries. So I believe Steve had mentioned that your preservation plans are available for people to see. But I just want to say again, thank you so much for that. We're open for questions and some more discussions with Jason. Now, and I have to say, I'm going to need help with this because I'm not the greatest at going back and forth the chats and looking at questions and doing other things at the same time. So let me see if I can open this chat here. I'm not seeing any particular questions unless somebody else can see them.
No, the only thing, Bertha, that I'm saying is that, getting a copy of the Green Lawn Cemetery Preservation Plan. And I think Mindy is going to be able to, or not Mindy, but Charlotte is going to add it onto our website, all of these things, there are links for all that. But Jason, I do say thank you so much for all that you have done to make sure that we are hitting our targets as far as taking care of our stewards and their cemeteries, making sure that the information gets out there and creating these comprehensive plans, because we need it as a foundation for all of our stewards and all of our cemeteries around the state as well as around the country. So with that being said, I want to just part by saying bravo to you. Your endurance of getting up here and seeing about the cemeteries that we have. And Bertha, I am not seeing any questions here that pertain. Well, that's only because Jason just did such a fabulous job in covering everything. All right. But if anything comes up, Jason, in the future, as far as questions for you, we will just make sure that we put them out there on our website or our Facebook or whatever, so that we can get them to you, and then you can respond from there too. Okay. And what we're going to do right now, we need to get right on into our brief intermission, which was to start a little bit right now. And I think, Jeannie, you're going to take over from here.
Yep.
And if you can just give us a couple of wonderful songs, I'd appreciate it. And then we'll get right on into the Cemetery Stewards and Community Partners report. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Everybody take a quick stand up and sing along. All right. And don't forget to shout like you never shouted before. Okay?
All right. So just a few selections for our intermission here that are chosen for our theme of celebration of life and death and African American history. The first selection is a rendition of a well-known staple by the Soul Stirrers. Formed in Texas in the 1920s, this innovative Jubilee group had a huge impact on the landscape of American music over its many decades. So we have His Eyes on the Sparrow, recorded in 1946. And
Jeannie, we're not hearing it yet.
Well, that's not good. Um, hold on a second.
Well, you have the option to sing.
Oh, no, you don't want that. Uh, oh boy. Let's try this. Tell me if you hear it.
My portion. Why
Yes, we do
should
hear
I
it.
Oh, good. Okay, there we are.
discouraged? Why
Can you turn it up?
should the shadows
Don't think I can.
fall? Why should my heart feel lonely, Lord, and long for my heavenly home? For Jesus is my portion, a constant friend is He. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watching me. Oh Lord, I sing because you know I'm happy. Oh Lord, I sing because I'm free. Ooh, do you know His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. Let not your heart be troubled, oh Lord. These tender words I hear, I'm trusting in my God's goodness, Lord. I lose every doubt and fear, and by the path my God leadeth, oh, just one step I may see. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He's watching me. He's watching me.
All right. So our next selection is another classic. This one, a very early recording from the Morehouse College Quartet, which has been in existence since shortly after the formation of the college in 1867. This is a 1923 recording of Down by the Riverside.
on the shield. Down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Going to lay down my sword on the shield. Down by the riverside, going to lay one no more. And I ain't gonna study war no more, study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more, study war no more. I ain't gonna study war no more, study war no more.
Charge you have I'm good. I'm at 88%. It just booted me out of his computer.
Down by the riverside, down by the riverside, down by the riverside. Going to lay down my sword and shield. Down by the riverside, going to lay one no more. And I ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. And I ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more. Ain't gonna study war no more.
Okay, and then one last selection here. We're moving forward a few decades to the legendary Roberta Martin, who I just found out this week grew up, or well, spent most of her life down the street from where I currently live in Chicago, so I had to include her. So this is He Knows How Much We Can Bear by Roberta Martin.
To another's voice and call. But if we are willing, I know the Lord will teach us His voice only to obey, no matter where. For He knows. And I'm just glad.
Enough hour.
Just think of the time that we've asked the question deep, deep down in our hearts. We say, Lord, what shall I do? And then we confide in our friends and our loved ones. But oh, they have troubles too. But there is a God, and He rules earth and heaven, and in Him you find relief from every pain and care. For He knows, and I'm mighty, 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 mighty.
So that is the end of our musical interlude, unfortunately. We need to begin the rest of our session. So if we could have Bertha take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Jeannie, that was beautiful as it was last year, and I'm looking forward to this every year when you take us back down the road. I just want to say good afternoon to everyone and welcome back from our little break. This portion of our annual meeting begins with the cemetery stewards and the community partners reports. But I'm thinking, I'm trying to see, I just got words about Barbara. She lost power.
She's back.
She's back? Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Okay, all right. As mentioned earlier, and as mentioned several times before, Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds received a grant from the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources through the Pennsylvania Heritage Foundation to assist 3 cemeteries in Pennsylvania heritage areas to help them develop a preservation plan. We just heard from Jason Harp, and he basically explained just how these plans work and from the consultant's point of view, which was very, very good. The 3 cemeteries that he mentioned are Thornbury African Methodist Episcopal Church and Cemetery in Delaware County, Lindley Hill Cemetery in Chester County, Green Lawn Cemetery in Delaware County, and all of these, for all those who are not familiar with the state of Pennsylvania, they're all in the southeastern part of Pennsylvania. We're going to start off with Reverend Angela Baker, who is the pastor from Thornbury African Methodist Episcopal Church. And I'm going to use the shortcut and say AME Church and Cemetery, which is located in Glen Mills, Delaware County. Reverend Angela Baker was raised in North Philadelphia. She holds an associate degree in culture, science, and technology from the Community College of Philadelphia. She has a diploma in Christian studies from the citywide Interdenominational Christian Training Institute. She holds a bachelor and master's in social work from Temple University. She also has a Master of Divinity from Missio Theological Seminary, and currently she's in the doctoral program concentrating on pastoral care counseling at the Missio Theological Seminary. In the fall of last year, 2022, she received her first appointment as a pastor, and that is at Thornbury AME Church. Angela?
Well, good afternoon to all. Thank you so kindly for that wonderful introduction, Sister Jackman, who is a good friend of mine. Amen. And it's because of her that I am here and growing and learning and exploring all of these possibilities of being a part of a historical church. And so thank you so kindly for inviting us today. And I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity to share the plan that God has for us through Jason. Thank you, Jason, for coming and helping us to grow and learn about how to preserve our historical cemetery. And so one of the things that I was sharing with the group or share with Sister Bertha is the fact that we, and based on Jason's recommendation, you know, our cemetery is very historical. We have some wonderful people who are buried there on our grounds, you know, from colored troops all the way up to homeowners from that community, within that community. And we do want to preserve our land. And so we needed the assistance of preserving Hallowed Grounds, assistance in this grant. And we thank God that we were granted some assistance because we would like to get the volunteers from our community to help us to preserve our land by helping us clean up the grounds. It's so much thick and so much overgrown. Yes, we know about the groundhog too. We have learned that they are some vicious creatures, and they have did some damage to us, but based on the recommendation of Jason, we are looking at the community to assist us in volunteering during this season. Now, I know we have until November, but we waited until this season to start our project because we wanted everything to fall. We wanted, you know, not it to be a hard job, but to be effective. And as I'm learning how to do this, I was encouraged to wait until this time of year to start doing the work. And so one of the things that we have looked into is doing a survey of the ground, making sure that we're not cutting on someone else's property, and that we got a survey of our perimeter, which is done through a civic engineer. We are also working to remove some trees that has been so, the roots are so deep, and that has caused damage to some of the grounds of the cemetery. And so that is the project that we're working on, removing trees and cleaning the thickening around where we have found so many headstones in the thicken. But we needed to do a survey first before we start cutting, because we didn't want to cut on someone else's property and be in violation of anything. And so those are the steps that we have taken thus far as we've been utilizing the funds that has been granted to us. And so thank you so much. Is there anything else that I needed to share while you have me?
I think that's basically it. The idea was for you to for us to put a face to what it is that you're doing. And
yes, ma'am.
And so the progress that you've made is a good one. First, all it takes is the first step, and you've been doing that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you. This has been a wonderful presentation. I wanted to thank Dr. Kim for all that she has shared with us thus far, and everyone else that went ahead of me. I've been on the line since this morning. Unfortunately, I have to get ready to run, but I have learned so much, and I'm grateful for being a part of this journey. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And we can take questions at the end of the 3 presentations. The next person that's going to be speaking is Reverend Ivy Berry. She's the pastor at Bethel AME Church in Downingtown, which is in Chester County, but she oversees the Lindley Hill Cemetery. Reverend Ivy Berry is a native of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. She's the first female pastor in the 130-year history of Bethel AME Church in Downingtown. She's a former pastor at Bethel AME Church in Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. She co-pastored St. Peter's AME Church in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania during the COVID-19 pandemic. She did her undergraduate degree work at Shippensburg University. She holds a Master's of Divinity degree from Payne Theological Seminary. And currently she is enrolled in United Lutheran Seminary's Doctor of Ministry degree program. Reverend Berry?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. First, certainly giving honor to God. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here and for what is going on with Lindley Hill Cemetery. You may not be able to see her, but Sister Angela Rice, Store Pro Tem of Bethel AME Church in Downingtown, is here with me, and she will be co-facilitating and addressing questions that will come up along with me. This is a joint effort between her and I and other members of our church as we are looking to preserve and maintain our sacred grounds at Lindley Hill. Definitely want to start off by saying that we are grateful. Big thank you to everyone that is publicized on here: PA Hallowed Grounds, Preservation PA, Heritage PA, PA Heritage Areas, Jason Hart, Richard Grubb and Associates, Jason Herman, the professor in his class that will be coming. Sister Bertha, we thank you. We're here because of you. Thank you so much for sharing this information, because Bethel really wants to upgrade Lindley Hill Cemetery and bring it to a place where people can come, sit, and reflect on the beauty and the richness and the historical essence of Lindley Hill Cemetery. Want to thank Representative Josh Maxwell, who came in and did some work when he was mayor of Downingtown, along with great citizens of Downingtown, Cub Scout Pack 8, and the American Legion. We want to thank everyone and all of you who are on this line and anyone else that we miss. We are just so grateful. So many hands have been in this and have helped to make the work easy and better. Lindley Hill Cemetery is a cemetery that was established in 1851. It is located on Hollow Lane in Downingtown, right off of Winding Way Road. The cemetery is 0.94 acres of land, and it houses about 90 known increments. Because there are depressions in the land and sunken areas, we do believe that there are many unmarked graves that are in Lindley Hill, and we are looking forward to the work to be done so that we can find all of our souls that are resting at Lindley Hill, but now about 90 known increments. Lindley Hill Cemetery also houses the site of the original AME Church in Downingtown, which was called Lindley Hill AME Church, and it dates back to 1830. So there is a lot of historical essence and presence at the Lindley Hill Cemetery. Souls that are buried at Lindley Hill, there are many soldiers that are there. There are men there from some of the country's major wars. There are men who served in the Union as members of the United States Colored Troops during the Civil War. Those include Josiah Cole, Robert Miller, John Smith, John Thompson, John Stevenson, William Barry, and Hugh Brown. Mr. Cole and Mr. Smith both served with the famed 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment, the second African-American regiment organized in the North during the Civil War, and we are extremely proud of that. Also, the brothers, Mr. Clarence Clark and John Elmer Clark, served during World War I with the 813th Infantry and Company D 803 Pioneer Infantry, respectively. There is some speculation that there are some soldiers in that cemetery that are also from the 805th and 806th Infantry, and we are looking forward to digging deeper and finding out if that is in fact a solid fact. But we have a lot of great soldiers, early soldiers, colored soldiers who formed the very first infantry regiments in the United States during the Civil War, and some have traveled to France to participate in battle over there, and we are really extremely happy and proud of these souls that are resting in Lindley Hill. As we had talked about earlier, the site is also home to the first original church of the AME denomination in Downingtown. It existed in 1830 and it burnt down due to a heating system issue. The church was never re-erected on that place. However, the foundation of the church, some stone markers are still present at the original site that is located on the cemetery grounds, and we do want to acknowledge and honor that. The members decided not to rebuild. They migrated this way, many in the Johnsontown area, and have formed Bethel as it stands today at 221 Prospect Avenue. Because of this grant, we are extremely privileged and honored and excited to be one of the 3 pilot cemeteries that was selected to have projects undertaken by cemetery stores and volunteers at the cemeteries. Lindley Hill is definitely a cemetery that has a lot of rich value, and the church has a lot of things that we want to do that came out of this plan and even from some of our own brainstorming. And so in January of this year, Jason Harp came to Lindley Hill, and Sister Rice was there and Sister Bertha, and they talked about Lindley Hill, and Sister Rice shared our vision of Lindley Hill, and combined with our vision and what Richard Grubb and Associates had pondered about Lindley Hill, and also Sister Bertha interjected some things. There was a plan developed that is 116 pages long. It is quite beautiful. It's full of pictures. It's full of rich content. I had the opportunity to read the plan, and there is a lot of great ideas and things that Bethel hopes to be able to do with granting, with fundraising, with donor contributions and volunteer involvement. And so we're extremely excited to begin to embark on the things that have been outlined on the plan. Just want to share some of those things that were on the plan with you. Definitely, it was suggested that we would sign up for newspapers.com and the PHMC's website. It also was suggested that we would consult a conservator. There are some grave markers in Lindley Hill that have been damaged, either by tree limbs falling down and breaking them from the base, or vandalism, rain, and other severe weather. And so we do want to repair those grave markers. It was suggested that we consult a conservator who knows how to properly mend those grave sites so that we don't lose any of its original dignity. And that is something that we will be embarking on. We want to repair it. There has been some previous repair done to some grave markers, but the repairs weren't done properly by the company that was hired to do it. And so it was recommended that we try to undo some of the things that were done through previous repair, stopping if it brings further damage to those grave markers. So we will be wrestling with that and trying to do that, as well as cleansing those grave markers. And there was specified in the loan, the plan, the proper way to do that. And so we will be investigating that and definitely embarking on that relatively soon. There was a recommendation to renovate the current cemetery signage, just to prime it, to repaint it. It was scraped a little bit, to mend those scrapings. And so that is something that we will do. A recommendation to erect additional cemetery signage was also specified, and that is something that we had also discussed among ourselves at Bethel. We definitely want to have signage in the cemetery. It is on a private road. It sits back off of a main road, and many of the neighbors who have built around the cemetery are really trying to privatize it and minimize the traffic that is going back there. But it is a public cemetery. We do have public rights and public access. And so from the main road, we do want to put signage that says our cemetery is back there, as well as outline rules and regulations of the cemetery, hours of the cemetery, and any other things that we feel would be necessary on that signage. Clearing the site of the original church location was also suggested. There's a lot of brush and branches, growth around that location. Sister Rice has actually been in conversation with the person of the company who landscapes our cemetery for us. And so that is one of the things that we're going to ask if they could do, since they are so familiar with our grounds already. Removing that brush and those limbs should not be very taxing for that company, and definitely the church could assist, and we could ask for volunteer help with that. The recording of all grave markers was outlined in that plan, as well as creating a cemetery map and a standardized survey forms, a recording system, a cemetery database. All of those kind of go hand in hand. We definitely want to outline everything that is there at the cemetery, even the depressions and sunken areas. We want to outline all of that. I know in speaking to Jason Herman when we were at the cemetery not too long ago with Sister Bertha, he had stated that his class could assist us with the cemetery mapping. And so we definitely are going to take them up on that offer and suggestion. We definitely need it for our records and need it for historical purposes. And so that is something that we are going to embark on. We're asked to research local counties for death certificates to see if we could loop that into our recording system so that we have records of everyone that is buried there, death certificates, obituaries, and any other significant information that we could obtain on those souls that are resting at Lindley Hill. We've already begun to take some cemetery pictures for historical and church records. We will continue to do so. We want to have a picture of every grave marker that is in there, and every unmarked grave. There are stones that are sticking up out of the ground that we believe are in fact grave markers, even though there are no names present on those stones. A few of them have names written on the stones, which is really a wonderful thing, just to see that even when markers may have not been present or people could not have afforded markers, they made their own markers, and that is just so significant to me. So we will definitely be recording that. The plan also suggested developing a website for the cemetery. And again, in speaking to Jason Herman at the cemetery not too long ago, he said that that is something that his students could help Bethel with if we would be interested in that. And so we will definitely be exploring that. And the last thing that the plan had suggested was fundraising, seeking donors and volunteers to do everything that needs to be done at Lindley Hill Cemetery. We have huge trees that are around the cemetery. We do get broken limbs that are quite big and heavy. And we definitely would need to solicit help from volunteers to be able to clear the area different times during the year. There are things that we do want to do based upon this plan in our own, in fact, brainstorming that we want to do. So we will need to do some fundraising and seeking donors for this. We are definitely excited that we have received this grant, that we're going to work to take care of and do some of these things by the end of November, but there is still more work to do. So we recognize this is not a one and done, but it's always a continuous project. And so we will need to put our heads together and figure out how we can fundraise to keep our cemetery maintained. So our wish list as the church, we had talked about some things we want to fence in the cemetery. We do realize that there's some minor vandalism that may be going on at the cemetery. So we're not looking at anything that is high and that would hide the cemetery to give those who are vandalizing even more of an opportunity to do so. The plan has suggested like a black wrought iron fencing around the cemetery. We could do that to mark the boundaries of the cemetery and to maybe prevent or deter any additional vandalism and stray animals invading the grounds. Now, in reading the plan, it did say that this fencing would be costly. So if we, weren't interested in embarking on this right away, this might be a last effort that we do on behalf of the cemetery because there's a lot of other things that we need to do. So we could put fencing as a last option, and maybe not even an option at all if it comes down to money, time, efforts, and volunteers. But that was something that we had on our radar, as well as benches. We want to have benches in the cemetery for loved ones to come and visit the resting places of their family members, for the general public to come and sit and reflect on the beauty and the rich history of Lindley Hill. It really is a beautiful place. Professor Herman, when he came not too long ago, really, commented on how beautiful Lindley Hill was. And it really is. It's tucked, like I said, back on a hidden road, but the area is just phenomenal. And so would invite anyone who want to come out and see Lindley Hill to do that. But we certainly want to bench the area so that people can come and sit and reflect and rest and take their time and taking in all of the beauty and the presence of Lindley Hill. Markers, we definitely want to have markers at the cemetery to commemorate all the souls that are resting there, to honor the fallen soldiers who served their country very well in the armed forces and in the regiments and infantries that they served under, and definitely to signify the original AME church that is housed in Downingtown. Sorry for these. These are just some pictures I wanted to show you. The work has begun. We have worked to clear brush and limb already. We have worked to landscape the ground. To the left, sorry, they're so stretched out. To the left, you can see some of our members at Bethel. You can see some members of Cub Scout Pack 8, some members of the American Legion. They are really great supporters, both of them. They've come to help us at the cemetery as we have removed brushes and limbs, as we've landscaped the area. We have utilized them to put flags at our cemetery markers. They put wreaths at Christmas. So we do have volunteers who are invested in Lindley Hill, who love Lindley Hill like we love Lindley Hill, and they put their time, their sweat, and their effort into maintaining the grounds. So in the middle, you see some other church folk and community people coming to help at Lindley Hill. On the right, you can see Cub Scout Pack 8, some of our young people who have come and are really happy to help Lindley Hill. They're always asking, are there assignments, are there projects that need to be done? So we certainly appreciate their efforts. Now, here are some more pictures of, just our volunteers. You can see the American Legion volunteer on the left. And we take any and everybody, and there is projects for all, whether it's sit-down projects, whether it's stand-up projects, anyone can help. You can see the American Legion and Cub Scout in the middle. That's the Cub Scout Pack leader there. That's the leader of the American Legion in the middle. And you can see some of our members on the right-hand side with a member of the Cub Scout Pack as they are adorning some of the graves with flags. Here You can see on the left and in the middle, there was a cleanup effort a few years back by Mayor Josh Maxwell, and he brought some volunteers in, and the church was there, and some community members were there, some neighbors of the cemetery came, and they helped to maintain the grounds, and we're so very grateful for that. On the right, you can see the pastor that was here before me and the church. They came out and helped to maintain the grounds as well. Everyone was vested and continue to be vested in making sure that Lindley Hill is the hallowed, sacred burial grounds that it is for those souls that are resting and those soldiers who have served their country very well. Some more pictures here. There's a grave in the middle of John Smith. Just wanted you to see up close and personal what some of the graves look like. And then on the left and the very far right is Jason Herman, his assistant, Sister Bertha, and I, and we're doing some GPSing of the ground. We're marking the grounds and we're measuring between different units and plots and spaces on the cemetery grounds. Later on this month, it is our hope that Jason Herman would come back with his class, and they're going to be doing some mapping of the cemetery, which we are extremely excited about. And then in the spring, they'll be coming back to do some ground penetration radar surveying of the land so that we can, excuse me, pinpoint what graves may be unmarked and hidden underground, even some grave markers that may have toppled over and may have mud, dirt, different things on top of it that we can't see. We want to be able to detect all of that stuff so that we can mark it appropriately, bring those things up, and make sure that people are honored who are buried there at our Lindley Hill Cemetery. So I am Reverend Ivy Berry, the pastor, the proud pastor of Bethel AME Church in Downingtown. Sister Angela Rice is here with me, who is a steward of Bethel Downingtown, as well as a steward of the cemetery. And that is our church email there, our church excuse me, Facebook page. And we do have scattered throughout our posts some information on Lindley Hill, some pictures on Lindley Hill, some cleanups that we've done at Lindley Hill. We plant a small garden was planted there at Lindley Hill. I forgot to include that picture. My apologies. Some bird feeders are at Lindley Hill. There are some flags when you approach the cemetery that you will see around this sign that is erected here. So we've begun some of the work. We have a lot of work to do, and we want to thank this grant for the opportunity to give us a grant money to begin the work and a plan to continue the work. We are so very grateful. So on behalf of Bethel Downingtown, we say thank you once again, and the work is all divine, and we appreciate your participation in this. That is our report. If there's any questions, like Sister Bertha said at the end, we will be here. My apologies for us tuning in late, and after questions, we'll have to hop off. We do have a vaccination clinic running at our church right now, and so I apologize. We're trying to do double duty today, but certainly don't want you to think that we're not appreciative and that we don't want to be a part of this, is that we're serving the community in another way today also. So thank you for your time, and definitely for this grant. We appreciate it.
And Reverend Berry, you're so welcome. And please say hello to Angela Rice for me. If we could just see her for a second. Hello, Angela. Thank you for all your fantastic work. I'm fine, thank you. We're running just a few minutes, a little slow. So I'm just going to say thank you. It's good to see you, and I'll talk to you another time.
Absolutely.
And we are going to now go to the third group. And that was, I'm going to be speaking with Janet Baldwin, who's the steward at Green Lawn Cemetery in Chester Township, Delaware County.
Hello.
There you are. Hi,
Yeah.
how are you?
And Reverend Barry, before you go on, can Reverend Barry remove her thing? There we go. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Okay, good. All right. Let me just say real quick, introduce Janet to you. Janet devoted 46 years of elementary school education with 23 years teaching first and second grade, and the other half as a principal. The pinnacle of her career was the final 10.5 years spent as a principal at Stetzer Elementary School in Chester Upland School District in Delaware County. Her connection with Green Lawn began when another steward, Ms. Twyla Simpkins, offered several students at Stetzer the opportunity to learn about videography and to be interviewed for the documentary she was creating for Green Lawn Cemetery. Ms. Simpkins had those children and their families participate in the workday at Green Lawn. And after her retirement, Janet has been doing great work over there at Green Lawn. Her efforts mainly have been in recording and photographing headstones to create a database of those who have been buried at Green Lawn Cemetery. And this has been quite a challenge because there are basically no records that have been maintained for that cemetery. She also writes grants for the cemetery. And her passion is to incorporate our younger generation into the efforts and to offer them opportunities to provide ideas and leadership as we all move forward. And Janet, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, it's an honor to be here, and I'm so thankful that that I made it. We we just came from a work day this morning at Green Lawn and had some Navy sailors. I guess who were stationed in Florida, but this is Navy Week in Philadelphia, and there was a Army Navy soccer game last evening at the stadium in Chester, and fortunately it was a tie, so that we didn't have to, have anybody feeling too bad, I guess, or because we did have some former Army veterans there as well. But so we were thinking that I might be coming to you from on site, but the rain just picked up, so I headed down the road, and I'm just glad to be here. So I don't know, is somebody going to kind of pull up our PowerPoint, or how are we doing this? I apologize for.
Okay. Is Jeannie back on?
Yeah, hi. You can either share your screen or one of us could share it. Do you want to share it?
Jeannie, it would be easier for you if you did it. It would be easier if you did it.
Sure, let me pull it up really quick, and you'll just have to tell me when you want to advance through the slides.
Okay, that sounds great, because yeah, I'd have to get my flash drive going. I mean, this was just get here, plug in, and we're excited that you've been recording things, because that's how, we definitely want to catch up with what everybody else has been sharing.
Here we go.
In the meantime, Janet, can you talk about how large Green Lawn is?
Yeah, yeah, you'll notice right off the bat that I am not a PowerPoint expert. If I was, there would be a lovely picture of Green Lawn Cemetery or some kind of cemetery in the background, but so bear with me. Yeah, Green Lawn Cemetery is 8.5 acres, and we have successfully uncovered probably, I would say, maybe 2.5 acres of that property, and it varies as to how how much is visible at any time of the year. You know, there are lots of ups and downs, and the grass grows like crazy, and you know, getting support sometimes can be challenging, but you know, that's going to be the focus of what I want to talk about today is, you know, how we you know, we've had a summer, what I call a summer of weeds and a summer of wonders, and you know, I just came from one of the wonders. You know, it was so invigorating to have young sailors and a lot of other business partners that have not been connected with us before. So, you know, including State Representative Carol Kazim and Nicole Cogdale, and it's just an amazing story. So, if you want to, and Green Lawn exists because African Americans were not permitted to be buried within city limits of Chester. So Chester residents, you know, were buried at Green Lawn. The cemetery was established in 1907, and you know, Lawrence Murray was the gentleman who purchased the property and then you know, sold plots for people to have a place for loved ones to be buried. And so, you know, the start, you know, comes from injustice, but we are really focused on not only uncovering the headstones, but uncovering the stories behind, because each person who's buried there has a story. So if you want to go to the next slide, that would be helpful. And why is that turned that way? I don't know. It wasn't when I did this, but anyway. So I just you know, wanted to hopefully give a word of encouragement to people who are going through this process. We were fortunate enough to start with a pilot program, and as a result of that, we had our a preservation plan done by Jason Harp, and you know, it certainly has been an excellent roadmap, and it covers everything. It's 132 pages, and you know, it has been very helpful. I must say that you know, at first it might seem daunting when you consider 132 pages or overwhelming, but you know, as we've worked through our priorities, it does give us a lot of background information and really valuable structure and direction. So, you know, in looking at that, we felt that we needed to select some tasks that offered permanence and address the critical areas that you know, where there was a need, and you know, offer some visible results. I mean, 8.5 acres is a very big cemetery, at least for us. And you know, the more visible you make things, I think it you know, is helpful for us as stewards, but particularly as we're trying to recruit people to come out and help us out. Also, I think the plan is really helpful. It's a helpful guide for writing future grant applications. And, you know, I would encourage people to look at your biggest hindrances and address them first if you can. So if you want to go to the next slide, let's hope that that's, well, we got some more turnaround there, but you can use your imagination. This is, you know, I just wanted to highlight the weeds, you know, that and this is another area where our preservation plan was very helpful. When we looked at it at first, I thought, oh my goodness, you know, this is, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly, but it seemed like the ugly was taking over in terms of a lot of the pictures, and they were done to document what was there. It was in the winter. If you took those same pictures in the summer, same areas, the weeds would be, probably 4 feet tall and green and going crazy. So, that's where we start. But it was interesting as I was pulling pictures for this, I had a hard time finding pictures that I really wanted, to highlight those weeds. And it was just a reminder that as stewards, we were trying to focus on the beauty and the positive things. And so therefore we didn't spend as much time taking pictures of weeds, but we might need to do that just to illustrate some changes. So if you can go to the next slide. This is in applying for our grant, we established 3 priorities, and we had discussed them with Jason, and then he reviewed for us in our, before we did our final submission, whether they were good ways to get to go to really establish the next step. And so the first one was to establish it should be say Friends of Green Lawn. Sorry about that, but anyway, as a nonprofit entity, and also establish receivership for Green Lawn Cemetery from the Orphans Court, because without those 2 things, a lot of grant possibilities were not available to us. And this is the time to really be pursuing those things. Grants tend to go in cycles, and we are so appreciative of the work that Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has done to make this possible, to take this on. It's a huge undertaking to go through a grant process. I mean, to support a grant process, as Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has done, and to allow for cemeteries that don't have that organizational structure, to help us get on our feet. So we knew that was a very important priority for us. And the second was, how to create records that would, photographs that would be archival quality, and a secure way of storing those records. And, we walked into a cemetery that had no records at all. And the sad part of that is, we are capturing what we can find and see that's visible. And the unfortunate part is that there are a number of people who are buried who do not have headstones, and that means that their families may not be able to find them, and that's a sad thing, but we're finding more and more all the time, and doing what we can. So that was an important thing to do, so that somebody coming after us was not put in that same situation with nothing to go on. And then the third thing was, it's kind of distorted here, and you can't see it as clearly as I'd like for you to be able to see it, but there's a stone in the front of the entrance to our cemetery, and it says Green Lawn Cemetery, but the base is crumbling. And that's important for a lot of different reasons. When people are coming, it's the name, it's the sign, it identifies the cemetery. And as I think about all of this work, you know, we are working to, restore Green Lawn Cemetery and to push that legacy forward. And in a sense, we're all guests, on this hallowed ground. And that beginning sign needs to reflect that. And it will signify the restoration, the beautification, and the permanence of Green Lawn Cemetery. So, that's how we submitted our grant, and those are the things that we have focused on. I'm excited to report that Friends of Green Lawn has been established as a nonprofit entity with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Our 501c3 paperwork has been submitted to the IRS, and we should have that by November. And we have our EIN number, and so that gives us a huge leg up, both in terms of being able to receive donations and grant money, and move forward. We also have had a promise of some pro bono work to establish receivership for Green Lawn Cemetery. It is a corporation, a defunct corporation, but we need to go through the courts to establish that receivership, so that again we are eligible for grants. So that's exciting news, and that was a heavy lift. And we had to go through procedures and paperwork, and establish a bank account, and but we've accomplished that. We have purchased a single lens reflex digital camera and an external hard drive. So there's the picture of somebody using a camera. So we purchased it from actually a former kindergarten student of mine who owns a camera shop. And I'm aging myself to tell you that he's 53 years of age, not 5, as I met him before. But he's been very gracious and patient in terms of helping out with how do you use the camera, how do you download pictures, and guiding us with this external hard drive. And one of the things that he recommended, which makes a whole lot of sense, is that, and we were able to do that. It turns out about 2 terabytes seems to be the size that the maximum size that we could find that was in an external hard drive that is transferable. I mean, it's can be used by multiple people, or go from place to place. And the one we purchaser was a solid state. Its loading speed is faster, it's more durable, and we have to look at the long-term piece. And we purchased 2. And what he said was, and it makes a whole lot of sense, that you always want to have your data in 2 places, and the second one should be stored in a safe deposit box. And and we will move in that direction, because again, we have to make sure that records are available going forward. And so then, we've gotten some bids for that base. It's terribly expensive. And we were, really short of the money needed. We were starting to pursue, if there was somebody who would, help us out with that. And I'm excited to report that we just got a sizable donation from someone who's been connected with Green Lawn Cemetery. And, you know, with that, we're going to be able to move forward. So, you know, we're very excited about that. If you want to go to the next slide, that would be helpful. All right, so this is my best slide. Well, not my best slide really in terms of content, but you know, I pulled that off the little PowerPoint thing. But I wanted to express that, you know, because of the work that PA Hallowed Grounds has done in getting things established that they you know, could offer grants and pilot. They are now administering, and I guess with Preservation PA, excuse me, I didn't want to leave them out either, these larger grants. And they come from the National Trust for Historic Preservation and the African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund, which is under that National Trust. That's a big deal, a really big deal, because that is, you know, it's a national trust. Now, you know, the good part about that is, like, you know, so you've gotten to that level. The challenging part is there are lots of requirements with that. And again, you know, Preservation PA and Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds has provided us with support and with Charlotte Stone's, you know, assistance to meet those requirements. And you know, because, you know, grants become successive. If you're successful with one grant, then it does give you leverage to get another one and to move on, and people can see results. So that's my slide that says this is a big deal, which leads to the next slide. So if you want to, okay. So we were contacted by our Congresswoman, Mary Gay Scanlon, and that's why, you know, you know, so she's our United States Congresswoman, and at some point she got, you know, press release or something coming that caught her attention. And, you know, if the grant comes from a national trust, it will get people's attention. But I have some, you know, suggestions for you. But anyway, she, her scheduler contacted us and said, you know, that Congresswoman Scanlon was coming to Green Lawn on August the 1st, and we should provide a list of guests that would be invited and a run of the show. Okay, so here we are, you know, almost neck deep in weeds. It was, it's like, all right, what are we going to do here to capitalize on this opportunity? And what I'm going to suggest is that, you know, if you are, you know, if you've received a grant and your congressman or congresswoman has not contacted you, contact them and suggest that they come for a visit. Now, when she came and gave us that day, we were under the gun because there was, you know, a good portion of the cemetery that where headstones were not visible. And, you know, it's like, what are we going to do? It's like companies coming and, you know, you open up your closets and you're shoving the stuff in and hoping that the closet door will close. You know, it kind of felt like that, only on a much, much grander scale. We had, you know, yearly planned on community cleanups in May, usually 2 cleanups prior to Memorial Day. However, you know, 2 things came to bear. And this year there was rain on the first cleanup. and there was rain on the second cleanup, more like a drizzle. So we, went ahead, but, the person who had some of our equipment said, oh, they're not going to do it. So he didn't bring the equipment, and the few people that showed up, we didn't, we just weren't prepared for them. But so we really lost that whole opportunity, and not that will not cover you for the whole growing season. So, we had one of our stewards, Al Grasty, who, was going out 4 days a week for 5 hours each day. He's 80 years old, and he was cutting the grass in one section. And that section looks great, but you have to do what you can do. And the rest was not looking so good. So, I pulled in a huge favor to someone I had worked with, when I was principal. And I said to him, can you please get out there and at least knock down some of this stuff? So he did 2 days before she came. And then Al worked like crazy to get certain areas open. So
Excuse
if you
me.
go to the next slide.
Excuse me, Janet.
Sure.
Okay, we are running a little behind because we need to have time for questions and answers.
Okay.
And I think what we're going to do is, instead of having 2 question and answer sessions, we're going to roll it all into one. So as soon as you're done,
okay,
I'm going to ask if you can just
speed it up.
basically talk about the wonderful domino effects of
Yes.
having your congresswoman there.
Right.
And then we'll go on to the next section, and then we'll have our questions and answers for everybody in the afternoon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Well, that sounds fine. All right. So I will be mindful of time. So this is the group. And we invited every political representative that we could think of. So there were representatives from the 2 Pennsylvania. There were 2 Pennsylvania state representatives present, the chair of the Delaware County Council, the Delaware County Solicitor, Chester Township, president of their council, the mayor-elect of Chester, and and there is Congresswoman Scanlon there, and the woman all the way on the left corner, that's Nicole Cogdale from Representative Carol Kazim's office, and she has been just a huge boost for us. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, what we did is we took a walk through the cemetery and highlighted the stories of people who were buried there. And in particular, we started with our Civil War veteran, and then our 4 Buffalo soldiers. We have a young man who at 16 years old was executed by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for a crime he didn't commit, and has finally been exonerated. But so we walked and talked and told stories, and that was a really important technique, because when people can hear and see and experience, then they are moved to become invested, and that's what occurred. So if you go to we're talking about, we also provided them with a tangible, so you can see that Twyla is speaking to the group, and we're talking about that. So if you go to the next slide, that's Mayor-elect Stefan Roots, and that's a copy of a binder. That a binder was provided to every elected official who was invited, and if you go to the next, that's what the binder looked like. Go to the next slide. In the binder, these are just some examples of some veterans tributes that we had done in the past, where we had some reenactors from the 3rd Regiment of the U.S. Colored Troops, and our Civil War veteran was part of that 3rd Regiment. If you look on the right side, there are students who, every veterans tribute, we have students who read the names of all the veterans that we have uncovered. And we chose to start with veterans because they are provided a headstone, by the, United States government and, the military branches. So, that became, a huge leverage point for us. And subsequent to that, what has occurred is that Carol Kazim's State Representative Carol Kazim's office has owned this, and her assistant Nicole Cogdale has come alongside and just pulled in all kinds of businesses and resources and energy to just push this way farther than we could have done ourselves, and beyond what we imagined. So I think that and it was not that's been the biggest push forward. However, when we were sharing in that group that, we had been promised some pro bono work to work on this receivership, but it had not occurred. We noticed some people taking, Congresswoman Scanlon had done pro bono work with cemeteries and with Mount Moriah in the past. So I'm sure that there was a little phone call made afterwards, and things are just starting to move with that. But people could see there were specific things. What we included in the binder was, and I think that it's important to notice that we had not only pictures and the stories, everything that we talked about, there was in their binder with information, but also there was, the press release, our grant plan was shared with them, a brief history of Green Lawn, our vision for the future, and then we gave them a summary sheet of our most pressing needs. Now that was printed out in yellow, and that was put in the front of their binder. So that caught everybody's attention, but we walked, we went through the binder to show them what was there, and it became something that they could reference. And it's been of great value. Congresswoman Scanlon's office just contacted us and said that she will be attending our veterans tribute. So that's a great thing to know. And this is just another picture. Well, the picture before was to say, the weeds didn't disappear overnight. We're still working like crazy. This is Al Grasty there on the upper left, and a small team there in the lower left, and that on the right is the section that he worked on every week, hours and hours and hours, and that looks great. And then just wanted to show this, and I apologize for the, because they weren't sideways when I did them. But anyway, to the left, that's Isaac Rothwell. He's their Civil War veteran. And then there are 4 Buffalo soldiers: William Pleasant from the 10th Cavalry, Zeke Thomas, Josiah Can, and William Gary. And part of this, that the Veterans Tribute is our endpoint. That's what we've been focusing on. Veterans groups have joined in, Heroic Gardens. We had Navy sailors with us, this morning, but we just received notice, and if you want to go to the next slide, that for our veterans tribute, that we will have a military flag ceremony for the Civil War veteran Isaac Rothwell, and his great granddaughter will be there to share his story. And then there will be a flag ceremony for honoring our 4 Buffalo soldiers. And, Twyla Simpkins will receive that flag on behalf of those 4 Buffalo soldiers, so that we can preserve that in their honor. But it will be a very moving ceremony.
Excuse me, Janet.
Yes.
Janet.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to leave it there at the moment.
Okay.
And I just want to say that Green Lawn is an exemplary example as to what can be done with the little funds that was already received. Their story is fantastic, and you can also see the rest of their information on Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds website. And we can go a little further. So, okay. Janet, thank you very, very much on behalf of the other stewards at Green Lawn Cemetery. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome, and I want you to know that I don't come as myself, but I'm representing all 3 of us, Twyla Simpkins and Al Grasty.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go on now and just talk about, just very quickly, about the other section this afternoon about the tools you can use. This is going to be a 2-part section from 2 different people. And I'm going to introduce Jason Herman. Now, Jason, we're going to do Jason, and then we're going to mention Jeannie Glaser. And then we will go to a very quick Q&A, and then we'll go to the open forums. Or maybe we'll just do the quick Q&A along with the open forums. So very quickly, Jason Herman, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, Jason Herman. Jason Herman is the Kowalski Family Teaching Specialist for Digital Archaeology, Center for the Analysis of Archaeological Materials from the Penn Museum of the University of Pennsylvania. He holds a PhD in Environmental Dynamics, University of Arkansas. He has a BA in Anthropology, University of Cincinnati. And he's been doing wonderful research and field work with his students from the University of Pennsylvania at many African-American cemeteries throughout Southeast Pennsylvania. Jason, take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Jackman. I'm going to go ahead and share my PowerPoint.
Yep.
Jeannie? Oh, am I running Jason's as well?
No, I got it.
No.
Thank you.
If you can take off Green Lawns.
It's showing, there we go. We got the slideshow. Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about community-oriented digital archaeology as we run it through the Center for Analysis of Archaeological Materials. Before I proceed, I just want to introduce the Center for Analysis of Archaeological Materials. It's the center within the Penn Museum where me and 5 other specialists in different aspects of archaeological science are tasked with training and mentoring students from across Penn departments in these aspects of archaeological science. And what I have tried to do is orient my instruction in archaeological science toward the general theme of documenting and preserving threatened and erased African-American cemeteries regionally. This gives students an opportunity not only to learn the methods of digital documentation, analysis, and presentation, but it also serves some other goals, right? It serves the goals of contributing to our local community. And it kind of falls under these themes of archaeological restoration and archaeology as service. These are two themes that have begun to emerge in the last 5 or 10 years in archaeology as archaeologists, historians, anthropologists, and really people across disciplines and institutions are starting to really confront the colonialist, racist pasts that these disciplines have. What I see we can do is work with organizations like Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds to support their mission and foster contacts between our institution, drive their mission forward, and educate students at the same time. So as you know, just from my very presence, I've had the amazing privilege of being able to work with my colleagues here at Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, some of whom I can call by name now and some later, but Ms. Jackman has been, you know, my #1 collaborator and friend through this. Also Steve Berg and Barbara Barksdale, who I'll mention again later on. So thank you for that. What we do, again, I kind of covered this, but what we do in the scope of our courses, 2 of them, Introduction to Digital Archaeology and Geophysical Prospection in Archaeology, is we use digital field recording methods, really focus on that. I'm a field archaeologist, and my specialization falls here. So that's really what I'm most interested in. And we can reconstruct the plans and layouts of these cemeteries, connect them to the histories provided by local historians, or looking through archives to understand not just the cultural environment that surrounded these landscapes, but how it interacts with the natural environment over time, and what that means for what we see in the field now, and how we can best protect them going forward. The other goal of this course is to teach students how to integrate, synthesize, and interpret these data, and make them meaningful. One thing that is overlooked is now being emphasized in archaeological instruction in the past, is really trying to impress upon both the archaeologist and the public at large why these things are important. And to do so, we need to understand the stories of people connected to these cemeteries. We need to understand their meaning, and we need to translate what we're able to record in the field with those important topics. So I want to introduce some of our work at 2 cemeteries, which are under the protection of Mount Zion AME in Devon. And this has all been with close collaboration and the help of Ms. Jackman that we've done with our students, and try to give you an example of the kind of work we're going to do, we have been doing and are going to do going forward. So first, I'll talk about Mount Zion AME. Those of you who have been to other Pennsylvania Hallowed Ground meetings are very familiar with this amazing place. Some questions there. Have some of the markers been lost or displaced? Do we have a full inventory of the headstones? How has development in the neighborhood impact the state of the cemetery? What does the spatial organization of the headstones and monuments at the cemetery tell us about the development of the cemetery itself, the history of the cemetery? There's actually some interesting questions regarding how things are laid out and what that might mean in terms of how the landscape was planned originally. So one of the things we did at first, and part of the whole class, is for students to make a data recording system. Now, students in this class don't all have to, their case studies focus on work surrounding these cemeteries. Their final projects are things that they want to pursue. Some of them have their own research outside of class that they want to investigate. That's fantastic. Others want to run with the tools that we've learned in class and apply them to African American cemeteries. And one of them that I'll highlight here was done by Janessa Reeves last year, who developed a mobile recording system for Mount Zion AME, special for the cemetery itself. But the idea is that she's created a template that can be manipulated by others. It's very accessible, and I can tell you more about that later, for recording the inventory of your own cemeteries later on. She, with the help of me and some of the students, we were able to record all of the headstones, including photographs, descriptions of their what's inscribed, their form, dates upon them, their orientation, east and west, and created a web map, which you can see the results, see how these headstones are laid out. Anybody can access this. It also shows you some very basic statistics, showing, you know, when these people were interred, how that relates to their birth year, and so on and so forth. Let me just take 1 second here and interrupt myself by posting a bunch of links that intersect what I'm going to talk about, or what I am talking about here. Let me see if I can get this chat open. So I'm just going to throw them all at you. My message is too long, it says. All right. 1 minute. I'll give you half, and then I'll give you half later. Three resources. First is a description of the Center for Analysis of Archaeological Materials, if you're interested. Second is a link to Janessa's web map of Mount Zion, if you'd like to explore that. And the third is a summary of what I'm going to talk about today, which is on my personal website. Can I ask you, am I still sharing my PowerPoint?
We see the your presenter view, but we still see the PowerPoint.
Thank you. There we go. So, I specialize in something called remote sensing, which includes aerial and satellite analysis, but also ground-based surveying methods, including probably what you're all familiar with is ground penetrating radar. At Mount Zion and at the other cemeteries we visited, we throw a suite of these methods, partly for instruction, partly for informing the cemetery stakeholders to kind of understand the landscape in different ways. And so I'll show you some of the things that we've done at Mount Zion, which include a survey of the topography, the contours of the ground surface, and 3 geophysical methods: magnetic radiometry, which measures variations in the Earth's magnetic field across space; electrical resistance survey, which measures how an electrical current passes between 2 probes in the ground; and ground penetrating radar. What you can see here are 2 images of geophysical survey being conducted. In the center is ground penetrating radar. We have that box, has an antenna and shoots a radio wave down and measures how it bounces off of varied interfaces. And then on the right, you can see Miss Jackman herself surveying with the electrical resistance meter, collecting how that current flows between 2 probes in the ground, and mapping differences in soil across space. We begin with an aerial survey, drone-based, to create a map of the cemetery itself. And we can use this map to derive really, really fine changes in the landscape. Here you can see all the dips and rises in the cemetery and as they relate to the headstones themselves. And if you look at them for a little bit, you'll start to see that some of these stains resemble the shape of grave shafts. This is one clue to where some headstones may be lost or may never have been placed in the past. It's also a clue to how the landscape has been changed over time. As you can see on the margins of the cemetery, on the top and the bottom of this image, there's some kind of mounding that came with the road construction. Here's another image of the same data set that may bring out those dips in place and possible locations for grave shafts in just another color palette. And you can see how it relates to old Mount Zion Mount Zion AME Church on the left of your screen. if we were to take a very generous interpretation, we may be able to locate a good number of possible interments simply based on the presence of depressions. This is not based on the locations of the headstones themselves. The magnetic gradiometry image told us a totally different story. It's not very good. This technology is not very good for mapping the locations of grave shafts themselves. What it's seeing here in those big black and white spots are probably the locations where there is an iron bar that connects the base to the top of some of those monuments. But what it did reveal is that electric line was cut through the middle of the cemetery, probably sometime between 1940 and 1960, something that we didn't know about before. So we were getting some kind of idea of the development of the landscape at the cemetery itself. The electrical resistance, which again is kind of a proxy for differences in soil, also showed us the presence of some grave shaft shaped blobs that we can relate back to the other data sets we have themselves. And finally, we did a ground penetrating radar survey, which is often thought of some kind of magic bullet that will solve all of your problems. It is not, because it's very susceptible to differences in soil moisture, which changes over time with precipitation and aridity. But it also has to respond to good contrast between what is in the grave shaft and the soils themselves. And when they don't have that, it's hard to see. But what the advantage of ground penetrating radar over these others is it shows depth quite well. So what I'm going to do is start this video, and it will start showing you, as we go down, increasing depths, and maybe the locations of some headstones might pop out to you. At the end, we're down in the geology, but this will repeat. We're going down from the surface, starting right now, and you can see the electric line. We can see some good rectangular blobs showing up. And if we bring a composite of all these depth slices, we might have a good picture of the buried landscape at Mount Zion Amy. Here are some individual depth slices out of the ground penetrating radar, and we can see some interesting things like some barriers near the edge of the cemetery where probably we can see the effects of road construction. We can see the location of that buried electric line. And then in these bottom three, we start to see some interesting rectangles that may indicate the presence of grave shafts themselves or the caskets at the bottom. Putting all these data sets together gives us a way to bring multiple perspectives, verify the results from one or the other. But I have to say, for this and many other geophysical prospection methods, the potential for false positives is quite high. And so one must be really careful when they interpret this, must qualify their results accordingly. I also want to talk about some of our work at Ebenezer AME. This church ruin, which is now standing, received a historical marker just this last summer, thanks to the hard work of Ms. Jackman and some others. This church was instituted in 1831 and has an associated cemetery where also we know that many headstones have been lost to time, possibly covered by mud from the conditions of the geological conditions at the site, perhaps some to vandalism along the way too. Here's two images of the church building itself. This cemetery offers us some great opportunities to employ the methods I talked about before, and also integrate some maps that were used in the past, like this Boy Scout map, which shows the locations of headstones that were located in, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jackman, 1980s, early 80s? I think you're mouthing 5. Anyway.
1989.
89. If we compare that with what we've been able to map today, we see that 47 headstones are unaccounted for, that have been lost in the last 30 years in some form or another. So this gives us an opportunity to go out and try to restore some of this landscape, work with the students and train them. Again, we create three-dimensional models, not just of the ruins themselves, but of the landscape, to try to understand the evolution of this landscape in respect to weather and erosion, in respect to human activity around it. And we were able to do a ground penetrating radar survey, which I must say at Ebenezer was a lot less informative than it was at Mount Zion, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have anything to offer. Less informative because this is a really wet environment, even in dry times, because it sits at the bottom of a hill below a kind of seeping spring. And so here we have, again, these increasing depth slices where we see the locations of some possible headstones. It's not repeating. Also some landscape features that are interesting. Let me show you some slices on the next slide, and maybe we can understand what they are. So we can see the ruined building here on the left. The ground penetrating radar slices are set on in the landscape as they were surveyed. And on this one on the left, we see kind of a rectangular prepared surface in an area where we don't expect graves based on how headstones were documented in '89 and how they have been documented in the recent past. But I think that there's some kind of stone patio or even a road over here on this side that we can see. In the center, in the southeast corner of the plot, we have some pretty strong rectangular reflections in an area that's heavily disturbed by trees and bushes. So we need to, be careful with our interpretations, but there are some hints of field stone markers in that part of the cemetery. And then finally, on the end, we have some expanded rectangles that could indicate the presence of gravestones, but it's not a very confident interpretation. And one thing we would like to do actually at Ebenezer is try this again and compare results maybe with a ground penetrating radar survey that takes place in a drier time of year. This is just kind of an overview of the work that we've been doing, some of the work we've been doing since 2020 in the scope of my course. And there are no plans to stop. And while my work at Ebenezer and Mount Zion is slowly coming to a close, we've had some exciting new opportunities being connected with Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds. That gives us a chance to contribute more, educate more students. Like I said, we do have some more work at Ebenezer AME and the ruin itself, but we're excited to embark on a new journey with Reverend Barry, as she mentioned earlier, documenting the landscape at Lindley Hill, which offers us some really cool chances to look at how the topography of the cemetery might betray what lies beneath, to use our geophysical methods to document unmarked graves, also to use these field recording tools like photogrammetry for 3D models. And as you can see here, Ms. Jackman and Reverend Barry doing just some surface mapping techniques to get a good inventory of what's there. The other exciting thing that's happening right now, and this is being led by my graduate assistant, Chris Lamack, who has accompanied me for several years in this work, is we're going to create a public-facing hub for some of the tools and results that we have been able to generate. This includes some really great reports by students in the past describing the effects of erosion or showing a tool and some results that they've used on a cemetery like we saw from Janessa Reeves earlier, or just demonstrating some of the things that we have here. Of course, nothing goes up there without full cooperation and consideration of our partners like Ms. Jackman or in the future, Reverend Barry. And also, we're always happy to listen for new opportunities that are within driving distance of Philly. I can't leave students out of this work. So thank you again, Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds, for being such welcoming and good collaborators. It is a privilege to work with you guys, really. I also want to acknowledge the Netter Center for Community Partnerships and the University of Pennsylvania and the Penn Museum for helping to fund some of our work. for supporting the compensation for our graduate assistants, for helping us acquire some equipment that we use in the field. So thank you guys very much. And I'm happy to take any questions at their time, but maybe we're waiting, Ms. Jackman. Now that I remember you saying we're gonna.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I think it may have answered some questions for some people about what it is that ground penetrating radar is and what you all do, that kind of thing. As far as questions and answers, how much time do we have, Barbara?
Well, at this point, I would like for you to go ahead and introduce Jeannie so that she can give a quick summary of what she plans on talking about during our next session. Our sessions are going to be scheduled throughout the year, and she's going to be doing more on a genealogy basis then. So if you don't mind, just so she can give a quick synopsis of what her topic will be about, okay?
I would be happy to.
Thank you.
Jeannie Glazer is a professional genealogist and house historian. A native of Dauphin County, Pennsylvania, she is a board member of the Pennsylvania Hallowed Grounds project and has been involved with the organization for nearly a decade. And she's also one of our main technical people that works with the group. And Jeannie, take it away.
Yeah, I'm just going to introduce what I'll be talking about in our quarterly session coming up. It's the presentation is called Online Tools for Cemetery Research, Land and People. And I'll just be giving a explanation of how you research both the history of the land that is your cemetery, and then the people that are buried in it, and also the people that were involved in creating the cemetery and so on. It'll be Pennsylvania specific, but I think that if you're from another state and curious, you can tune in and it should be useful to you as well. I'd also be happy to answer any questions, that you might have after that. So I hope you tune in for that. Should be a good time. So
thank you, Jeannie. Now it's time for some questions in Q&A. And just going back through the chat, I just want to go back and just see, are our two pastors still with us? Reverend Baker, she did say she had to leave. And I'm sure about Reverend Berry. She's probably gone also. There was some conversation about groundhogs and voles and moles in the chat where they actually do damage, and it's a challenge for many cemeteries, and that can be addressed. I'm also seeing that there was a question about, is Find a Grave, this is from Hazel Murray, is Find a Grave a resource that would be recommended as, and I'm not seeing the rest of that question. Is Hazel Murray with us? Find a Grave resource, for those who don't know or may not be familiar, is a website.
I'm Hazel Murray.
Oh, okay. Yes, please go ahead with your question.
Well, I was wondering whether or not anyone who's doing this type of work uses Find a Grave as a sort of a repository for information, because I don't know how accurate it is, and it is what's called open source, but when I find a new grave site, I'm at Payne Chapel AME in Canonsburg, and when we found a couple new ones, we post them on Find a Grave, and then there are people who are contributing information. Eventually they come up with more information. They post it, like the date of birth, date of death, family members, where those family members are buried. And I'm finding it to be a very useful tool. But my question is it a good tool to use? That is, have other people used it? does PA Hallowed Ground find it? I mean, my concern is what to do with all of this information that we have uncovered. Even if it's a website, websites eventually over the years are not maintained. I see Find a Grave as a resource that for me seems to be valuable, and I'm wondering what other people think.
You know what? I'm going to ask Jeannie to take the lead on that since she was going to talk about the genealogy anyway. And then, you know, we can follow up behind that with any other questions. Jeannie?
I mean, yeah, I think Find a Grave is great. I think I always, when I find somebody new, or even if I find a grave site that's new, I add it. And I've also made many contributions over the years to, memorials that people already created. So it's a really fantastic, as you said, open source website. I try to document people in as many accessible places as possible when I start digging into someone. So I'll make a public tree on Ancestry. I'll try to get them on Family Search, just to share that knowledge, and whoever might be related to them finds them, they can use it, carry on the information gathering. So I'm very pro knowledge sharing. So
one of the things that I discovered with this is Bertha Jackman, that I discovered with Find a Grave. You asked about the fact that websites, as big as it is, sometimes they do come and they do go. And as far as maybe archiving that information, you can actually download your cemetery. It goes into an Excel spreadsheet, and it's very, very useful. And at least that way, it's not just on the website itself. You can have it as your own document and work with it, add to it the way that you would like. So that is one way that you can do that. I think you have to join Find a Grave in order to be able to do that. Hello? I heard someone else speaking.
I think somebody's phone was ringing.
Okay. All right. So that's the question for Find a Grave. Sabra Smith was saying there's a challenge with family or local business sponsorship of individual fencing panels. Sabra, are you there? It sounds like she's talking about finding a local business or someone who can sponsor fencing panels. And I guess it all depends on what kind of fence you're speaking of. Jason Hart mentioned earlier about fencing and the different types of fencing. Some are stronger, some are a little more flexible. If you want something permanent, there's all kinds of ways that you can look into the different fencings about that. Let's see what else. Janet Baldwin had a handout that's listed in the chat. It's a very, very good handout. It's a single page, and it includes some of the suggestions that she mentioned in her presentation. I suggest that you do open it and look at it. It's very encouraging.
You know what, Bertha, at this point, there aren't any questions that has been noted. However, what I would like to do, if you folks don't mind, is that we have a wonderful amount of people on our, conversation going on here today. And I would like to extend it out to the people. Now, we've heard from certain people, but like we have a Bob Wise on here, and I'd like to hear from people like him as well as others, if you don't mind, if we can just kind of go through and see where these people are coming from, what they are doing in their own cemeteries, how are they interacting, and what kind of things are they looking for to make their project go better.
I don't mind at all. That's a great idea.
So where did he go to? Is he
I'm
there?
right here.
There you are, Bob
And
Wise.
I literally just sent an email to Bertha saying, excellent presentation. I'm so glad you could do it. But I have to leave. But then I heard my name mentioned, so I couldn't leave. So, well, to answer your question about cemeteries, fortunately, I'm not in my cemetery yet. So I'm very happy to report that. But I've worked on one cemetery at some length up in Jersey City, and it was a cemetery that dated back to the Dutch really founding of that area back into the 1600s. And we did a number of things to analyze that property, including, an inventory of every single grave marker, in this case, it's in the middle of the city, so there's fencing around it, old cast iron fencing, there's some walls, there's crypts, there's a lot going on, over 300 or 400 years of burials there. We did a GPR, and it was interesting to watch the GPR from Jason, because I don't know whether it's the type of soil, caskets, I don't know, but we found so much information through the GPR. It was amazing how many grave sites we found above and beyond, and they were really clearly marked, at least what I saw, above and beyond the where the grave markers are. And it was really fascinating when you look at that and you look at those layers and see what was there. So again, I know that I'm not an archaeologist, I'm an architectural historian, so I know that soil content can be a big thing, but I also know with GPR, it's got to do with the magnetic elements of the metal in the earth. So anyway, I think it was a great presentation. I feel bad because I haven't read any of Jason Harp's studies, and we work together at RGA. So I just sent an email to him during the presentation to say, hey, you really need to post this, make sure everybody in our organization reads it as we get called on or asked about cemeteries, wherever we are. We're all along the East Coast. So thank you again for the event. Appreciate it. I'm glad I could be part of it. My other meeting was canceled due to the weather. So
well, before you go, Bob, would you mind placing, at least in the chat area, information on how to get a hold of you and people if they have questions, and also the location of the cemetery that you're referring to? Because I have no clue as to where it's at.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm trying to find. So what do I hit, share, or what do I hit down here?
You can just go into the chat, the little chat box at the bottom of your screen, and open that up, and then you can go right to where it says type message here.
Yeah, I'm looking for a chat. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take up any.
It's
Here
okay.
we go. Okay,
it's on the bottom. Take your time. We're gonna move on to, and the number is, what about oh gosh, let me try this here.
We got a Rachel Williams on today, Barbara. Rachel, you got anything to report?
Rachel? You're on mute, or you're not near your phone, or you're not near something. Still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, take it away.
Oh, great. Yeah, so we just we partnered with Kutztown University, and they came out and did ground penetrating radar. I'm at Lincoln Cemetery in Harrisburg, and they did that on action where, believe that there were a large number of burials, a mass burial site. And so we're looking forward to finding out what we can see from, that ground penetrating radar. We also had Messiah University and Harrisburg University came out just on Thursday. Messiah students did a small archaeological dig where there used to be a caretaker's house on the property, not where there were burials. So we want to see, what happens with that. And it was interesting to see, because in resetting headstones and repairing broken headstones, we dig up a lot of material from around the headstone, and the stuff that they found in that section of